misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I hope you're ready. This is going to be quite something. There has been a little bit of a shakeup, a little bit of drama recently. There are 3 flat earthers that have received cease and desist letters because they have been trash talking, allegedly. You got to say that, don't you? No, I'm not going to say that. Trash talking some flat earthers that escaped the flat earth cult. Specifically, the 3 people that have escaped that have sent the cease and desist letters are Robbie Davidson, Paul Lindbergh, also known as Paul on the Plane, and Patricia Steer. Now, Patricia Steer used to be a co-host on Mark Sargent's Strange World show. Before that, he was a regular on her weekly show. For many years, they featured together in the documentary from 2018, Behind the Curve. Robbie Davidson was a longtime flat Earth leader. He ran several conferences, and I went to one in 2019. And Paul on the Plane had a weekly podcast thing for quite a while. So. Mark Sargent, Flat Earth Dave, and now it's been stated yesterday morning, publicly, Marty Leeds as the 3rd person. They were there initially. Somebody said there was 4. There's only 3. So have been saying disparaging comments about them. They've been on. So then they sent each 3 different law firms apparently cease and desist letters to them. So. That's the background tonight. Mark Sargent is going to be doing a live stream in just under an hour, where he has said he will be talking about it. So now, will he be running contrary to the request from the cease and desist? Will he cease or desist? My guess is he won't. He probably will say things. He'll probably start couching his words in, it's my opinion, and I think this. But of course, it's too late. The things that have been said. So it's not about things in the future. The cease and desist is about things in the past. Of course, if he continues to say things, then that can become part of the future. So, but before we get going, do you want to, maybe you need to know a little bit about Mark Sargent. So Mark Sargent is incredibly manipulative and doesn't like being honest. So hold on, that I gotta pull something up. So there it is. All right. So Mark Sargent has said in the past, like anybody who would say, you know, I doubt something. Somebody that's skeptical of something should always have things that they would say, yes, this would change my mind. This is what would cause me to look in earnest at something. This is exactly what I would use, and I expect to reject my current position and accept the position you're proposing. Anybody that's honest should have that kind of a position. I do. You wanna for flat Earth, you'd need to show me measurements of flatness over the long stretches of surface. You would need to provide for me an explanation for what causes the sun to set and what time the sun will set for any particular position. What keeps the sun up? What's the sun made out of? What keeps the moon up? What causes the phases of the moon? What about eclipses? When will they happen according to the geometry of flat Earth? Any of those types of things, I'm up for it. because all of those things we can answer using the globe, but none of those have an answer on flat Earth. So I'm honest in that, because I have a position that I would require of the flat Earth that I can already answer for the globe. Now, should Mark Sargent have? Of course, Mark Sargent has stated in the past exactly what he would accept. Exactly. Let's have a listen to what he would accept as evidence for the globe.
Take a picture of that, hold a straight edge up to it, and then email it to me. I'll quit tomorrow. Fine, take a picture of it, put it back on your whatever screen, hold up some sort of straight edge to it, like this thing right here, hold up straight edge to it, and tell me if it's still flat. If it is, great. Send me that picture. I will quit Flat Earth tomorrow, and you'll be famous for getting me to just ditch Flat Earth. Fine, take a picture of it, put it on your laptop, hold a straight edge up to it. If the curve's still there, you send me a picture of it. I will put it on air. I will put it on my show. Just take a picture of it. Seriously, I'll quit Flat Earth. Just send me a picture from an airplane where the curve is there. In fact, I put the challenge out to people, oh God, be 4 years ago now, where I said, if you think you see the curvature from an airplane, take your phone, take a picture of it, put it on your laptop or whatever, hold a straight edge up to it. If you still think the curvature is there, you send me that image. I get in my email. I will quit Flat Earth tomorrow. Right. No, I'm not lying. I check my email every single day. No one's done it. And the challenge I put 4 or 5 years ago now, I said, if you think you see the curvature, fine. Take a picture from an airplane, from a mountain, from blue, and I don't care. Put it on your laptop.
All right. Well, you get the idea. I have 38 of them that I found, and then I stopped looking. Are 38 times enough? It's 9 minutes and 49 seconds. I've posted the montage on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. So what did I do after that? Well, of course, I sent him a video. This is the video. Now, I sent him a link to the video on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. It's an unlisted video. He is the only one that has ever received a link to that video. Has he viewed that video? Let me check right now to look at the view count for that video. Let me look here quick. It's an unlisted video. Let me see here. Where is it? It was a while ago. I got a hunt for it. There's that. And there it is. Okay. Oh, nope. He hasn't viewed it. Anyway, well, this is the video. This isn't the view on YouTube. This is the view on my computer. So it won't count for a view. But anyway, this is doing exactly what he asked for. Mark, I thought I'd give you something to listen to while you're looking at the curved horizon. You'll see in these different photos here, I overlay a straight edge on the horizon so you can see that it's curved. You said send a photo from the cockpit with a straight edge next to the horizon. And what will you do if it's curved? You said you will quit Flat Earth. Now, you didn't just say it this one time. You've said it many times. How many times have you said it? You think about that. You've said it a lot. You weren't tricked into saying it. It wasn't in a debate. It wasn't during a discussion. You bring it up all the time. It is the standard that you have chosen to say, to answer the question, what would it take to convince you that the Earth is a globe? Right? That's your answer to that question. It's a fair standard of evidence. I've debated hundreds of flat earthers, and they often can't answer that question, or they have something so high, so ridiculous that it's obvious they're not being serious. They're not being genuine. They're not a truth seeker. A truth seeker, a truther, wants the truth, and so is always open to the truth, and could possibly be wrong. If I'm wrong, I want to know about it. So I appreciate that, Mark. If you're wrong, you want to know about it. Yep. Well, here it is. The horizon is curved. The video from Wolfie. he tips the camera up and down and you see the same curve, the same direction, above and below, center of frame. It's not lens distortion. There's other straight lines in that video. You look at them, other straight lines in the video. They're not wobbling up and down like on a GoPro. All right, well, that's an almost 6-minute video. He's not watched it at all. So what can we conclude from that? That he hasn't watched it. And in fact, what he did is he replied to my email. He sent me a link to the Little Piggy Cam, which is a high altitude balloon, which has a severely distorted lens, which he thought somehow having something with a massively distorted lens was the way to go. All the ones I sent him, rectilinear lenses. Anyway, do you know what time it is? All right, we're phoning a flurf.
You've reached Mark Sargent at 303-494-6631. Please leave me a message, or you can email me at msargent23@comcast.net. That's MSARGENT 23@comcast.net.
Hey, Marky Poo, it's MC2 and your best friend here. Anyway, just calling to let you know that I will be watching your live stream tonight and watching for you whether or not you are you really admire the phrase truth doesn't fear investigation. So will you be deleting people that challenge you? Will you be banning members from your live chat who question you? Anyway, something for you to ponder during the live stream tonight. Also, you never watched the video that I sent you of the horizon with the paper up next to it to see if it's curved. The straight edge, it's curved. The horizon was curved. You lied. 38 times I have that. Anyway, bye. Couldn't say I loved him. Anyway, that was Phone a Flurf. Yes, in fact, if you are wondering whether or not you should, we will be watching, and I'm hoping that you get your accounts ready to go, ready to pop in there and comment. Don't get in there just yet. So I'll be watching his live stream, and if he decides to do what he pretends not to do. He pretends to not be in favor of censorship. We'll see if he is in fact in favor of censorship, because he might just censor people. Anyway, and yes, it's not difficult to get his number. It's on his channel. It's right there. There's his channel. So there it is. You just go to YouTube, you type Mark Sargent, and then you go to his about thing. There's his phone number. So there it is. Got it? You can find it yourself too. Anyway, so I have a few clips other than him saying that he'll quit Flat Earth 38 times. And then he lied about it, right? He lied. He's not honest when he gave that thing. Think about this. so many times. And now he doesn't say it anymore. Now he says, you need to put me in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. Right? But he's already lied about his previous standard of evidence. So why would anybody think that he wouldn't lie about this new standard of evidence? Of course he will lie about the new standard of evidence. He's a proven liar about his standard of evidence. So, Fletcher Boy, have I seen from 2 live streams? I have not watched the live streams. I watched the launch. Been busy. I put out a video yesterday morning and this morning on the cease and desist things. So I've been occupied with that. I thought they were a bit timely, and so I made that happen. Can you show everyone his interview with Guy Williams? I don't know about that. I haven't watched it. I don't know anything about that interview. So so don't go into his chat yet. Yes, of course he's been blocking people. He is pro censorship. So anyway, I have a bunch of clips. Now, he's been on a couple shows since the cease and desist letters. A little bit of if you would, a little bit of damage control. So I've got a few clips we're gonna watch here. So let's go. Let's get them going here. Make sure the audio's ready.
It's almost like they're trying to bluff you. You know what I mean?
Oh, I mean, again, I'll be talking about this at length on my show on Tuesday. I'm dedicating the entire show to it. It's going to be called Bigger Drama. And it is absolutely a bluff. It is, in fact, I don't mind saying it on this thing because, hell, I'll be repeating it. This will be my dry run for Tuesday, depending on how long you want me to talk. This has Patricia's fingerprints all over it, despite, I don't know if you showed it on screen, and it's fine if you do, and I don't really care if any.
All right. Sorry, I wasn't even listening. I was prepping for the next thing. But yeah, was that good? I hope it was good. Here we go.
The implications of this case in general are a nightmare. Any judge that looks this...
Okay. So the previous... Yeah, he was talking about whether or not it was a bluff. This one... now remember, if you've seen the cease and desist, I posted it on my video that went to yesterday morning. I have a link to it. And we'll be seeing it later. I'm sure Mark will be talking about it. But the cease and desist letter identifies 5 things that they want them to cease. None of them are ceasing talking about flat Earth. None of them are about freedom of speech. They are about defamation. They are saying, don't say these things about us. They're not true. So that's what it's about. Now, but listen to how the master manipulator changes it and wraps it up a little differently so that the echo chamber can have a different idea of what it's about.
The implications of this case in general are a nightmare. Any judge that looks this, that comes across his desk, would break out in a cold sweat. Because, wait, you can't take this case. I mean, it goes into free speech, goes into censorship, goes into...
So he pretends he's not for censorship, but you block people... You are pro-censorship, Mark.
All sorts of fun things that you just don't want to do. And
yeah. So he's like, oh, the judge will just say, nah. Like, I don't know. The show is funny. I don't have too many clips of the other people from the show, but it was Anthony Riley, who's not an American and who likes to fancy himself to have a legal background. He's not a lawyer. He doesn't practice law. They had Adam Meakin, who's a chemist or a pharmacist from England. Both of them talking about the legal implications of it, and they weren't awful, but you know they don't know American law, so you know whatever. Any more than I do. Then he had Flatzoid. Flatzoid was talking law stuff as if he knows. He paints cars for a living and lives in South Africa. He's uneducated. He doesn't know a thing. And here he is. He's pontificating on whether or not that was an actual real cease and desist letter from an actual legitimate lawyer. Like it doesn't look right to me. It's sus, is what he was saying. Like, really? It's so dumb. And Oh, and Sav, who is a full-blown sovereign citizen whose only defense is, I challenge jurisdiction. Sorry. I love watching the sovereign citizens fail in court. If you haven't watched Team Skeptic and those videos, they're fantastic. Absolutely, so much fun seeing them go into court with the reality distortion that they have, thinking that they get to just say things and it will work because somebody else in a video told them it will work. I mean, it's just like flat earthers, but flat earthers don't wind up in court in front of a judge who gets to make decisions about their life. Right? So that's it's sad and depressing, but also funny that these sovereign citizens do that. So anyway, it was hilarious with Sav saying that because he has no idea. Okay. Is this, yep, the third one here. Here we go.
24 runs with, does Strange World with me for up until episode 500, which was 6 weeks ago on Tuesday. And then right episode, never had a doubt. She was absolutely fine, except she kept defending Jaren when he got back from Antarctica, right? And it's like, oh, that's kind of odd, right? But it's like,
well, why would it be odd to defend somebody who's telling the truth? Oh, that's right. You don't like truth, Mark.
What, it's again, I'm not going to go to the worst case scenario. It's
but
not
then
like
again, a lot of people, when they were coming back, were defending.
I was too. I was going, yeah, Jaren's upset. I get it. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I gave him every benefit of the doubt right up until the point that he said that all of a sudden made a video. It's like, oh yeah, SpaceX is absolutely legit and proves the globe. It's like, what?
So Mark is again distorting reality, because when Jaren was first starting with the SpaceX rockets, I don't think that's where he started with It's a Globe. Jaren took a good long time before he stepped forward and said that it's a globe. He was looking at a bunch of stuff and said, it was a process. It was first, he's no longer a flat earther. He wants out of the community. And a couple other things. And he's filming these launches, and he's like, where is the rocket from when it launches until you see it? There's way too much time. If the earth is flat, there's something in the way. So
okay, sure. And then at that point, and then right afterwards, so I do episode 500 with Patricia. Absolutely went flawlessly. She was perfect throughout. I mean, not a hint of anything. Energy levels were through the roof. It was great.
Because she's she's being nice to you, Mark. She was being nice to you. She agreed to do something, and she didn't just act like a spoiled child, right? She had agreed to be there. She had agreed to do something, and she did that. That's called integrity.
A few days later, I got an inside tip that she and Robbie were going to leave, just flip. I'm going, and I didn't say anything. I was like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. I hear, you hear rumors like this before. And then sure enough, Friday, she sends a group statement. Supposedly meant for me, but she signed her full name and she sent it to DJ and Robbie Davidson. So that was on a Friday. She left. Saturday, Robbie Davidson posts the now famous headstone in the snow, which he cut and pasted directly from Patricia's email, which is like, okay, so these two are in on it together.
Oh no, people are talking to each other. How terrible.
And the tip that I had gotten was that beforehand was that Jaren was the one, he was bragging about it to somebody in back chat, saying that, oh yeah, he got these two to flip. It's like, what? So it means the three of them. And then Paul, poor Paul, he came out from like left field. It's like, flat Earth's a cult, like out of
what it is. What's poor Paul? Mark.
Nowhere. It's like, you haven't posted anything in years. Where's this coming from? And then people had to remind me. It's like, the three of them were involved in that crypto thing. And so the point of me saying that all of this seemed a bit suspicious, right? And it was extremely suspicious. I mean, she wrote the worst breakup letter in history.
Breakup letter? What breakup letter?
And then again, 5 weeks later, that same woman is threatening to sue, saying you can't say it's suspicious and you should.
That isn't at all what the cease and desist is about. Again, he's manipulating the audience, the echo chamber, who will never challenge him. None of these people here challenged him on what he was saying there. They've all seen the cease and desist letter. They published it on this particular live chat moments before he came on. So he's counting on the people to not read it. Just like flat earthers count on flat earth, Papa Flares count on flat earthers in the echo chamber never reading the Antarctic Treaty, which doesn't say any of the things that flat earthers say it says. But he called it a breakup letter. He called it a breakup letter. They were not dating. It's not a breakup letter, Mark, if you're not dating. You were not dating in 2018. And just because she came back on your show a few months ago, you still weren't dating, Mark. You live at home with your mommy, right? That's where you live. She still cooks you, soup for dinner, right? That's you, Mark. You're not the main character in the Truman Show. You're not Truman. You didn't discover something, and just because in your imagination you think you're dating her, you're not dating her. But you may be wondering, what is this breakup letter that he's talking about? Well, let me read it to you. Patricia has sent it to me and said it's okay to read. Jaren has also read it. So I'll read it to you right now. Mark, if you have a minute, I'm having serious issues regarding flat Earth. I'm going to have to bow out of it. I know I've done this before and probably sound crazy. Please don't be mad. Let's just remove me from Strange World for good, not for a break. My reason is I have huge doubts about flat Earth now. We thought in the past we had science, and now it appears we don't. Oh, an honest person. Look at that. After 10 years, there's no actual working model. Joe Hanvey's model is great. He's already really a nice guy, but it relies too much on speculation. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The AE map is toast. It only works some of the time. That's not good enough. I can't stand behind it anymore. After looking into this for a while, I don't believe it's flat. I could be wrong, of course. The southern pole system shows the globe. The sun is moving in Antarctica like it would on the globe. In Antarctica, the sun's spots were in the globe predicted positions. The sun even moved right to left. These are things formerly I didn't believe were true. The Antarctic trip showed me otherwise, especially with the 24-hour sun. I went over the rocket launch video Jaren did February 10th that I sent you with Chris Van Mantry, who is a land surveyor and often on Globebusters Tech, and was a good friend of Bob Nodell and Cami. He's respected in the community and does long-distance photography. He measures things for a living. We both can't justify what happened in that video. And I don't. If Chris Van Mantry has exited too, I'd like confirmation. We can add it to the wiki site. We both can't justify what happened in that video. I'm not saying Chris went globe. I don't know his position on the issue. I haven't forgotten what I've learned about lasers, how we can see too far, etc., and how water is flat. But I think there is some other explanation for that. As I said before, it could be wrong. It's that the quality of the measurements are no good. That's what's wrong about it. Anyway, so please remove me from your show lineup. I'm not coming back. I've been thinking about this for a while, searching my heart to find a solution to this. All I can find is I was wrong and it's my fault and no one else's. Remember, Mark called this a breakup letter. This is that's a decision I've made for myself, and I won't push it on anyone else. I'm going to privatize my old Flat Earth videos on my channel and turn it into something else. I wish to act with integrity. I have changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented. If you want, you can say I did a globe flip. I'm okay with that. You can read this on air if you wish. I think it would be a great idea. You can share this with David Weiss or anyone. I'm not a glober. I'm still me, but I'm with new information. I am a truth seeker. I don't want to simply believe anymore. I've not been paid, threatened, or compromised in any way. Your friend, Patricia Steer. So that is what Mark Sargent's LARPing as a breakup letter. It's not a breakup letter. They were not dating, Mark. Mark, what a sad, pathetic person you are to imagine that was a breakup letter. So pathetic. Absolutely. He called it a breakup letter twice in that video, on that panel. Seriously, right? And I think that probably was a Freudian slip there. I think in his head, right? I think that's what's going on in his head. like he's got pictures on his mirror in the morning with hearts on it. Just that's the picture in my head, that like he's just in this fantasy world where he actually thinks that she's into him. No, Mark. Nobody's into you, Mark. Nobody's into you. Oh my goodness. Let me read a couple things here from the audience. Jack Vetter says, suit up. Pun intended. Intended. He said intended twice. IC Spin says, this is my breakup super chat. Isider74 says he thinks no one would ever call his bluff, just like the potato. There's the potato, yes. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says Sergeant will lie and ignore the court order. Well, he thinks it's a bluff. I don't know. I have no clue how what will happen next. Will there be something that's filed? I know for certain that Mark won't be able to defend it very well. He doesn't have anything other than, let's see, what's his income? Nothing. The guy, he's unemployable. He used to work in games, like video games. There's not a lot of money in working for video games because there's such a high demand. Everybody that works with computers, like, hey, I want to make video games. There's way more developers. Well, he was never a developer. He has no clue. I've heard him talk. He doesn't have a clue. But there's way more people that want to test video games than you can shake a stick at. So. Gideon David Sampson says Patricia and Rob thought about this really well. They saw what the Flurfs did to Jaren, and they will not tolerate that. Absolutely. Right? They have been absolutely brutal to Jaren. It's a cult. 100%. They prove it every day. Every time another person leaves the cult, they prove that it's a cult. Right? Cults attack people that leave. Instead of saying, well, hey, we have a difference of opinion. Best to you. Mark could have said that, right? And Mark is complete. He's like, she could have just walked away. She could have. She did. She sent you that. And Mark, if you said no more words after that, that's what would have happened. But Mark, you chose to say words about her. Right? You said things about her and then didn't let her just walk away and off into the sunset over the curve of the horizon. Icy Spin says his mom doesn't allow him to answer after 9, dude. No. Jack Better says, what if your live stream, watching his live stream, is just about him and his minion watching your live stream? Inception. All of us just staring. The thing is, of course, and Ranty brought this out, and it's been shown as I've talked with flat earthers that have exited. They don't watch Globe videos. They don't like to leave the echo chamber. I mean, of course, there are occasions that they do, but for the most part, they don't. So Mark doesn't know anything about me. He's never watched a lot of my maybe here and there. He doesn't know. He has no idea. He doesn't watch this stuff. He's too involved in himself. Remember, he thinks he's Truman from The Truman Show. He has main character syndrome. He thinks everything is him. Everything. Right? Little boy sleeping in the little twin bed in his mommy's house. So, I a while ago I did a video, getting on him about that, and somebody tried to, complain about it, and I'm like, he's not doing it just to take care of his mom. I get that, right? Yeah, take care of your parents, absolutely. It's been 10 years. Like, did you move in 10 years ago because she was so unable to handle herself? No, because I watched the Behind the Curve interview in the house. She's making food for you, Mark. Right? You're not there taking care of her. She's taking care of you. Isider74 says the spacesuit is old, right out of his flat earth clues. Yes, it is. It is old. But he has other things that he has said, and he has proven to be a liar about them, so he will be a liar about the spacesuit thing as well. Right? But here's I'll do this, Mark. I'll do this for you, Mark. The spacesuit thing. I'll challenge you for that, Mark. Let's do this. You set it up. You go find somebody that wants to do it, right? And of course it will be a challenge for you. It'll, maybe you'll have to get some money. I don't know. Certainly there aren't spacesuits kicking around anywhere, and there aren't vacuum chambers just sitting around anywhere. But you go pursue that, Mark. I'm sure you're working on that, aren't you? You're actively trying to find that for 10 years. No. Anyway, but here's what we'll do, Mark. I'll get $100,000, right? I'll have to finance it, of course. And you get $100,000 and you finance it however you want. I'm so certain about it that I'll do this. And of course you're so certain about it, right? Anyway, and we'll get the vacuum chamber set up. You get in there, the vacuum chamber gets turned on, and if it, if you suffocate or the suit explodes or whatever, well, you get my 100,000, and if it's all good, then I get yours. How about that? Let's set it up. Email me, and it'll make it worth your time, right? If they have to abort because spacesuits don't actually work in vacuum chambers. Of course they do. Why would you think that was difficult, Mark, with your zero engineering background? Why would you think that's a challenge? It's not a challenge. Nobody with even minor background in engineering thinks that would be a technicality that's impossible. Jeez. All right. Swallow GE says go to 5:30. Okay, hold on a second. 5:30. Who is this? New Zealand Today. Oh, 5:30. Is this, the problem is, yeah, I'm not, Swallow, I appreciate that. Without checking that first, because I've had issues with that particular video before, because it's copyright protected on YouTube. If I remember correctly, I may not be right, but I will. I appreciate that, and I'll look at it and bring it up. So, but yes, what did you say? It's more important than life, or something like that. Like in the interview on Friday night, Mark said that he would take a firing squad for Flat Earth. Right? But would I like? That's how dedicated he is to it. He doesn't care about the truth, right? I would with evidence, I'd change in a second. Mark has been given evidence, and he won't take it at all. He's not honest. Anyway, thank you, Swallow, for that. I can't play that without, because I don't want to get a copyright hit. It's not a strike. I don't get I get demonetized for the channel, for the channel. Just this video. Brenda Debates says, how many times has Sam or Sav gone through his windshield? 3 times. Is that true? I don't know. If you go to the Flurf Wiki, go to David Kane, you will find that he has quite a rich and a sundry history with law enforcement. Rossi says, funny to me that the religious flirts don't attack Sam or Sav for claiming sovereignty over his soul instead of acknowledging a higher sovereign power. Well, yeah, that's one of the things that you get with flat earthers is there's this rule, you don't challenge them. On the video from Friday night, the panel that Mark Sargent was on, a flat earther came in there. He's like, how do they get to Antarctica? The treaty doesn't let them. Like, and none of the people on there who know, including Mark Sargent, who they do know that the treaty doesn't say that, right? None of them are like, hey, we could set this guy straight. We could, inform him, because we don't want flat earthers being wrong about stuff. Nope. Not one of them said, you know what? The treaty doesn't say that. You don't, if you're flat earther, you don't pull up other flat earthers. That's just a rule. So yeah, that's why they don't challenge Sav or some on his religious positions. So anyway, Monkey Cat Pat Pat says some for top left 2025. Oh, the trash talking already here. Monkey Cat Pat Pat. Tim Davidson says if he can convince himself the Earth's flat, he can convince himself they were together. Yes. They were a couple just as much as the Earth is flat. Not at all. Gosh. Industrial Nerd says, Toon, I'm in the same time zone as you and watching your live from the center of Google Earth on a Mac. What? How are you in the same time zone as me? Where are you? You're normally Eastern time. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I'll admit it. I am Tim Davidson. Really? Nobody knew. How did you keep it a secret for so long? All right, we got 15 minutes until Mark's show starts. Oh yes. Jim Smith says Patricia Steer emigrated from Texas with Kat to the UK to be near a British flat earther, Antonio Subarats. It did not work out. The UK flurf has passed away now. Remember? Of course I do. I have her book that she didn't write. It was somebody interviewed her and they wrote the book. And in that book, it details the time, the not very fun time that she had with Antonio Subarats. I just, in fact, maybe within the last several months, read it, maybe 4 or 5, 6 months ago, reread parts of it. And it's, Antonio is a mess. And the deceptions that he had and the delusions and stuff, like, wow, like she really got fooled by him before she got there. And she got there and she's like, what is this? None of this making sense. Anyway, yeah, she had to leave in a bit of a hurry. Like, I don't remember exactly the details, but kind of a not letting him know kind of, exit thing. So, but I don't know. Is the book, I think I looked on, I have it on Kindle. I don't have a paper copy of it. I have it on Kindle and it might not be available anymore. And so I have up here my collection of up in the top left. I have all these flat earth books up here, all these up here. See those? So anyway, well, we got Tim Davidson. We got King of 44 says, wow, that breakup letter was about their relationship. The emotion, heartbreaking, rocket launches, maps, lasers, flat water. Just read between the lines, people. I know the breakup letter. It's so desperate. I mean, it just reeks of pathetic. like the middle school kid, right? It's the middle school kid that's like, hey guys, like I got a girlfriend and she's like really hot and like, oh really? Oh, you got a picture of her? Yeah, like let me show you a picture of her. And here it is right here. Dude, why is this? This is just a clipping from a magazine. Like, what do you Do you have just a picture of her? Well, no, because because she's a model, and she can't. Her contract doesn't let her take any regular pictures because she's a model. So that's why she's so hot. Because she's a model. Really? Oh, can you? So you hang out with her a lot? Like, no, she's so busy. Like, I can't ever. But anyway, that kid. This is that's Mark Sargent. That's Mark Sargent. And so that breakup letter is a breakup letter just as much as that clipping from a magazine is the guy's girlfriend. It's oh my gosh. All right. Oh, are you getting some buffering? Let me see here. All right. Wow, I got some spikiness on there. Zerzeus' your idiot voice sounds too much like my own voice. Oh, it's 33 in the chat. Well, remember, 33, do try when you time them out now, you have variable timeouts, keep them short so that more people can have fun with Whack-A-Troll. Okay, what is taking up? Oh, Insta360 Studio. Let me quit that. I don't need that running. And I don't need that running. And there it is. Okay. Chris Arnold says, I'm so excited. DP debunks Witsit the Platypus backpack is now available in Furf Gold/Piss Yellow, the Golden Shower Edition. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's nice. That's so nice. Okay. There's 33. There you go. 10 seconds. See, that's it. You can more people can have more fun blocking him. What did he say here? Oh my gosh, 33. You don't need to tell us. He's coming out of the closet here. Look at that. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. If you're like that, 33, that's fine. You can probably find the people that you're looking for somewhere. This isn't really the place to be looking, but okay. So I don't think you're going to find anybody here. 33. Go elsewhere to find that. Lord of Luminous Pooh says April Fool's. Oh, he's not actually Tim Davidson. Oh, you got me. RT96 says Toon's next challenge. Go with him to Antarctica in December. If the sun sets, he'll send King Crew his book. Hey, the best thing about not being able to meet King Crew on the way down was that I got to bring the Gravity book to Antarctica and read it live. In Antarctica. Rossi says, Dear Mark Sargent, I am real and I go to a different school than you. That doesn't make me your girlfriend. Sorry. It's a Rubik says, should I write in Mark's chat? I work at NASA. I've to come clean. We've been lying to everyone. The earth is flat. We're hiding God's creation to keep the masses blind as an April Fool's joke. You should, but wait until he starts. Wait until he starts. Because I'll get it up on screen and we'll watch as the purge happens. Laura de Luminous Pooh says, I made a Freudian slip once. I went to say, honey, can you grab me a drink? But what I said was, quit acting like your effing mother. That's a for Freudian. Yep, that's how they slept. Isider74 says, Bob the Science Guy said that I'm your Huckleberry. Okay. For what? For what? What is he the Huckleberry for? Algorithm, should he go down to Lake Street? Lake Street in Minneapolis? Let's see. When I drove Lyft and Uber for a while, and there is a bar in Minneapolis. I forget. I don't know. I a couple times dropped people off there. It's near, hold on. It's near the park, this park downtown right off of Hennepin, Lindale, where they're, geez, I don't even know. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'll be your Huckleberry had meaning at the time of the chat. If you want to date Mark Sargent, you need to defeat his evil exes. You win. Oh, to test a space suit. Bob the Science Guy said that I'm your Huckleberry. Well, no, Mark needs to be the one to test the spacesuit. That's the thing. Mark has to be the one. Right now, would Mark do it? Because Mark thinks it's not real. He wouldn't put his own self up, right? But yes, any number of people would easily, I would, with zero hesitation, I would jump in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. Yes. Not the spacesuit that everyday astronaut has. That one's a bit old. A good one. So, okay, I got it. But yeah, if there's no shortage of people that would, if Mark is too chicken to do it, then yeah, whoever it is you need. All right. And we can put that $100,000 on it, Mark. So I don't know, Mark, you may have to mortgage your mom's house. David George says, good news in Mark's chat. He said that MC Toon hacked Dave's app, but it's okay because Dave was ahead of it. Oh, really? I can tell you, it was not me, number one. And number two, it's not secure. Jack Vetter says, take a firing squad. I, for one, accept his terms. Naughty. Very naughty, Jack Fetter. And then I laughed at it. Brenda Debate says, give Mike an award for his Some nomination video. Yes. Mike from the Drunk Debunk, that is my favorite nomination or voting video. It is my favorite voting video, but still Flatzoid deserves top left. Fletcher Boy says, trick question, Dave Weiss, Dearth, or Potato. If you're talking about which one should be Julian, then all of them. Just all of them, right? Okay, we've got, all right, just 6 minutes. Rossi says, idiot voice sounded to me like Bill Murray. Yeah, okay. I can see that. Eric E. Master Flat Earth, is Mark an engineer? What does he do for a living on that island? He is a flat earther for a living. He is the wannabe king of flat earth. He thinks he is Truman from the Truman Show for flat earth. That's what Mark Sargent does for a living. That's it. Flat earth is his life. It's everything to him. Right? Everything. It's the only thing he has. He did used to do video game testing, right? So he said that he was a tester. Then he claimed, and I don't know the truthiness of this. He said that he was some sort of a producer of video games. I have some serious doubts about that. What video game was it that you produced, Mark? I don't know. Maybe somebody wants to do a little investigating and drop it up on the Flurf Wiki. So we got Scoon Drool says, emailed you a sad song about Mark Sargent. I saw that. It is a hauntingly beautiful song. It's got no video for it, though, so maybe you can partner up with somebody to make a video of it. You could probably use some clips from Behind the Curve of him looking, forlorn at his friend-zoned partner. Oh, she know, reciprocate. That'd be good. Addicted to Gaming says, I was dating Lisbeth until I found out she was a flirt, then we broke up. Oh, wait. Truth is, I've never met her, but we were dating. Trust me, bro. You were dating just as much as Mark and Patricia were. Meat Permits Tad says, I swipe left on flirfs. It's unfortunately common because so many of them are single. The Gorn Captain says, I was in Behind the Curve with my girlfriend. Morgan Fairchild. Yeah, that's it. Morgan Fairchild. How'd I do? Evil Banana Wind says, Mark Sargent sleeps in a car bed. Doot doot. Generally, Shady says Dave's app is as safe as an Israeli pager or smartphone. Oh my god. That one. Generally Shady. Let me check. Hold on. Nope, you're good. Nobody has won it yet. Today, Generally Shady won the internet with that comment right there. Dave's app is as safe as an Israeli's pager or smartphone. All right. If you heard that, that was the beginning of Mark Sargent's live stream. So guess what? Guess what? There it is. Let's see. I think what I'll do, can I pop this out? Pop out chat. There it is. There it is. And I will set up the scene to have his chat be a little bigger. So, Moz, please hold back with 30-minute timeouts or higher. Hold back. All right. So, I'm going to get his get this up because you want to see the purge happen. So let's see. I made a boo-boo there. There it is. Okay. So I got to get rid of this. Yes. Add this. All right. He's still going in with his intro. All right. Browser 2. And I don't know if any of his music can be replayed. We'll see. I don't know if you want to hear it or not. I don't need to hear it myself. Okay. So there is his chat on screen, and here is his video on screen. So how bad will the banning be? Right? That's the question. Is this clips from a movie here? I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want that on. Oh, well, this is funny. Okay. Seriously.
Sportsbet's new iPhone app.
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
I know how we're different. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
I know it's flat. I walk on it.
Holy sh**.
What do you think the Earth is flat, Snoop? What do you think?
It's a flat world after all.
Mm-hmm.
Smoke weed every day.
They're mocking you, Mark.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh my gosh, Mark. I don't know if I yeah. The clips I don't want playing because I don't know, are there going to be issues with it? So Pulp Fiction and Gravity, yep. Yeah, I don't want any copyright issues. I just might, but I might get them anyway. I might have already gotten them. So we gotta watch. I'm watching it to see be instant banning if you bring up Dirth's app, of course. And Dirth is probably in the chat right now. There it is. Okay. Yeah, he's playing drums. Nobody's ever looked cool playing air drums, just so you know. It's impossible to look cool playing air drums. Yeah, you know you're in a cult when you think satire is approval. Oh my gosh. All right.
Broadcasting straight to you from a large spaceship, currently at war with mainstream science. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery is ready for three older guys with more complaints than a customer service hotline. They gather daily to sip coffee, shake their fists at the sky, and remind everyone that back in their day, everything was better, except their backs, knees, and memory. Welcome to Strange World, where the truth is often stranger than fiction. I'm your host, Mark Sargent, the creator of Flat Earth Clues, which propose that all of us are living inside a Truman Show enclosed structure.
No, just Mark is.
Just Google Flat Earth Mark. If you can't find it, well, you're just not very good at the internet. Currently, the show is on Tuesday nights at 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern. And yes, Caroline, if it is not April 1st, 2025, then you are listening to a rerun. Have to remind the audience.
Yeah, DJ Curious isn't there. DJ Curious, this is your chance. Get the hell out.
That even though it is April 1st, this is not an April Fool's show. Everything on here is absolutely, completely serious. DJ wanted me to remind you of that. We'll talk about DJ in just a second. It's nothing bad, trust me.
All right, there's Industrial Alert. It says, where's Lisbeth in the chat, in the comments?
Don't forget the show can be found on BitChute and Brighteon, Rockfin, Rumble, and Spotify. YouTube is not the end of Flat Earth. It is just the beginning. Quote of the day goes, exactly like this relevant thing, which we'll get to. In a defamation lawsuit, a plaintiff must prove that you made a statement with actual malice to hold you liable for defamation. If a viable defense is available, you may be able to get a defamation lawsuit dismissed early in the proceedings or negotiate a favorable settlement. We'll get to that. My co-hosts. Okay.
Yeah, because he's a lawyer. I wonder if he's getting legal advice from Witsit, because Witsit is legally adept.
Just so you guys know, tonight I let DJ off the hook for one night only, because DJ is a wonderful, gentle, and sensitive person. Sensitive soul. And tonight I don't want anyone holding back. If anything, I want people to enable me, to instigate me. And that includes you, chat. I want to go off the chain for a while, because if anyone has a right to vent tonight, it's going to be me. So the two people, which is why tonight I am down below, and the two people on my shoulder, up over one of my shoulder, let's just call him the devil. That is retired Master Gunner Brian Burton, who has been with us off and on. One of my early, you're muted by the way, one of my early subject matter experts from years ago, going all the way back to 2015. He has forgotten more about war than most of you will ever know. How's it going, Brian?
It's going good.
In fact,
Master Gunner. Well, the documents that I've seen from the military that a Master Gunner would need to use takes into account the rotation of the Earth for both azimuth and elevation. There are tables H and I in most of those manuals.
All right, Brian volunteered to be on this show, and that's saying something, because normally getting him to come on is like pulling teeth. So I'm happy he's here, and I'm happy he's there to remind me of things I may have forgotten, because I'm gonna go off into the weeds a few times. And on my other shoulder, the plucky comic relief, otherwise known as the always hairy Randy. What's happening, Randy?
Hey, what's going on, man?
So you're walking around. You're on a journey. It looks like.
Yeah, I'm on a journey, just like you are, pal.
So while I'm doing my stuff, Randy is going to be walking around the streets. I don't know where he is. You guys are going to have to figure that out. It's a mystery to me, but he's pretty worked up, but he's also a subject matter expert. Randy has been with me going all the way back to the Raleigh conference in 2017, and he was with me in Denver, at least until I left, and then in Dallas, and then there was a thing in Canada. So Randy knows quite a bit about what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah, and I think you're crazy.
Of course I am.
Actually, I know you're crazy. Yeah.
Let's get the...
Oh, there we go. We got Dearth. Your app is bad. Right there. Toivo. Right there. I wonder if that will last. We'll see.
The obligatory stuff out of the way. Remember, the best way to find other Flat Earth members like yourself is to get the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app.
No, you don't.
It's easy, and you can use it to convert others into the...
Hey, by the way, Mark doesn't use it, Dave. Everybody, Mark Sargent doesn't use the app. How do I know? I'll just say that I know.
Great and powerful Flat Earth Army. One of us. Yeah. Oh, so sleepy. And because it's 10 p.m. on the East Coast, it's time to say goodnight to one of our listeners, Paige.
So Paige would be Dearth's partner.
She's just put on her Skyhawks pajamas. That's 1969, by the way. Got a cup of cocoa with exactly 6 tiny marshmallows, and will probably listen to the playback in the morning. Good night, Paige. Randy, you want to chime in? That's Marshmallow Lady, by the way. I'm talking about.
I know who that is. I'd like to turn that page.
Yeah, it's good. Shout outs, obviously, Flat Earther, Stefan Carpenter, the Deftones. Support the Flat Earth cause and get the coolest hoodies ever. If you guys are interested in Steftone.
Yeah, a musician who knows about the shape of the Earth because he's so smart about the shape of the Earth.
His website is still being revamped, so if you're interested in his merch, just shoot me an email at msargent23@comcast.net, and I will.
Paige is a puppet right now. Paige is David Weiss. Well, the person that owns the house that David Weiss lives in is Paige.
April 6th, going to be in Washington. I suppose I heard we don't even have to say DC anymore, but I think that's confusing.
All right, I don't care about that information. So, serious anger management issues wouldn't surprise me if she dumps him. I don't know who you're talking about, but yeah.
That's next week. Also, let's get shout out to, if you guys get a chance, go to Ironworks 92,000 channel on YouTube.
Steven Skiba says, I'm an agent. Well, good to know. I wish it paid better. That'd be super.
I got to go over there and spend time with some hardcore Flat Earth people who they don't have as much love for me as you guys do in chat because they're hardcore and they give me a good grilling. I also went to Flatzoid's channel and hung out with him in a meetup and they gave me a good grilling. And look, I admit it, I am not as hardcore. You know, I will do other things, you know, to generate the media attention, and sometimes the pure aspect.
Etherically Displaced is in there. What a cult! All right, keep commenting. I'll see if I can call them out as I recognize them.
The Flat Earth gets lost. I admit, I do it. Also, shout out to a rare shout out, but I got to say this because when I was in Flatzoid's thing, Anthony Riley put me over the coals, and he wanted to remind me that I ignored him when a certain content maker will just use the initial J.
Jaron.
We'll say that J. He had basically
Jaron.
said weeks before I could even see it that J had flipped, and he even says that I blocked him at one point because I didn't want to hear it anymore. And you know what? He was right. I was wrong. And
I know exactly when Jaron just thought that the Earth was a globe.
And it came back to bite me in the ass. So Anthony, sorry, man. You called that one. It was perfectly. Let's see what else we got real quick. Going to rip through these and let's get straight to the drama. Meetups, April 5th. That's going to be from 12.
Yeah, don't go to. I went to one of the meetups. It was so enthralling. They were actually pretty nice. There were some people there they were not happy to see me, but the people that were hosting it were very generous, gracious, I'd say.
There's going to be a meetup April 17th.
Yeah. Not interested in advertising the meetups. Remember, Earth's app is leaky. If you advertise it, you are encouraging people to leak their PII.
And not to be confused with the Flat Earth Conference, which I am still working on with the promoter. I swear to God, guys, I'm hoping
he's
that
trying to put one on
soon. But this one is not that. The International Truth Expo, November 7th, 8th, and 9th, 2025 in Quartzsite, Arizona. It's a 3-day campout gathering. There'll be lots of presenters that may share new truths and many touchy subjects. Go to International Truth Expo.
Yeah, you see, sometimes Karen B gets it right. She says Flatzoid is an idiot. Nailed it, Karen.
.com. Whew, that was a lot. Anything else? Peanut, you're there in chat, aren't you? No, Peanut says I haven't missed anything. So let's do, so far everything looks good. Chat room, I'm not going to look at you right now. Just here's what's going to happen. We're going to go into the drama and the cease and desist letter and all the other fun stuff.
Do you think he got my voicemail?
And go over all that, and then put all your questions you can. Peanut's going to monitor the chat room.
Ooh, ask questions. Lots of questions. Make sure you tag whoever you need to tag so that they get it.
He'll shoot me some stuff in private chat if there's questions that you need answering on the fly. I will also look over the questions in the chat room during the break at the top of the hour, and we'll just get right into it. All right, everybody good?
Golden.
So Peanut. If we know who Peanut is, then tag Peanut with your question. So just go like at Peanut Q : and then the question for Mark.
Master Gunner's good. Randy's good. By the way, I saw that you were walking around a rainy street. It was very colorful. So thank you for that. That was very, very cool.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where I'm at.
It looked like it was on a TV.
No.
Okay. Let's get to it. And I'm not going to leave this up on the screen the entire time, but and by the way,
Oh, this is great. Globey McGloface Dearth. Were those hologram projector serial numbers you found on NASA's launch gone? Part of your leaky app?
if anybody wants what
Censorship.
to do to get that letter. Yes, we will get to what did I do here in a second. It's part of it. We're going to go through it fairly slowly.
That's a screen. Randy's in front of a screen.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present
gosh.
the letter. So we're going to present, share screen, cease and desist. Okay, so hopefully it
Flat
looks
Earth
good.
University.
Yep. Nope.
Flat Earth University.
They all
Sorry.
think that they're
Sorry,
teachers.
that's I got to get rid of the Deftones thing. Remove from studio. All right, let's try.
There you go.
Is it
You're
back up?
good, man?
You're good.
All right, cool, man. Just make sure.
Hang on. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm not going to leave it up too long because you guys probably can't read it that much anyway. I just want to show you that's absolutely true. But you know what? Even before we do that, let's
Flatty McFlatty Pants says, "Have I been put in timeout for telling the truth?"
do this really quick. I will show you just to to make sure it's authentic. So I received a
Oh, Hugh Jar says, "Karen B, I love you. Karen, keep being you."
FedEx thing in the mail. See, FedEx. There you go. Priority overnight. But I got the electronic version first, which is a
Ooh, Tim Brown, who's got a tab in a tab can there over there, right? Says for his avatar, says, "My mom says if there's truth in the title, it's a lie. But I know you tell the truth. I'm confused. I know it's flat. What do I tell her?"
a PDF file. And I will flash it up on the screen for a little while. But again, the print's going to be so small that you're probably not. But if you guys want screenshots, anybody that wants a copy of this, I'm more than willing to send it to them. All you have to do is email me at msargent23
I see Iron Horses in his chat.
It's MSARGENT23 at comcast.net, and I will shoot it over to you. But let's get into what it is.
He has 353 watching him.
Again, this is not an April Fool's thing. This was sent.
There's 782 of you right here.
Or created March 27th, 2025 from Federal Express and email sent both at the same time. Mark Sargent, there's my
I saw it for 74 says hearing him fumble with his mic is annoying. For some reason he needs to always hold a ball in his hand. I don't know if is this a cry for help? Is there some closet involved?
Address and everything and my email address. I don't mind doxing myself because I've doxed myself in the description box of every single video I've ever made. Hey, Master Gunner, you noticed something interesting about my name in this letter. What is it?
They didn't use your full name.
That's weird, right?
Why is that weird?
And just so you guys know, when you get a full-blown legal document, they will use your entire name. In this case, it would be Mark Kendall Sargent. It's listed as Mark Sargent. Why?
Oh, because he's a lawyer. He's legally adept.
Why? Because this is a cease and desist letter. This is just a high-altitude, glossy thing that really doesn't mean jack. And let's get into it. Cease and desist.
Of course it doesn't mean anything. It's saying, do this or we will do something that has meaning. It's giving you a chance to stop doing the things that they want you to stop doing.
What is a cease and desist letter? It is a letter being sent to you with a law firm.
Oh, Jim Smith says, whatever happened to Antonio Subarats? Karen B says he died. Yeah, I did not cry any tears at that one.
Letterhead up above. And telling you to stop doing something, but that's not all it is. It might as well be called a demand letter, which we'll get into. It will demand that you do some things and demand that you stop doing other things.
That's what it is.
And so that's what it is.
Did you just realize
when
this?
you get one of these, and it's really just a shot across the bow more than anything else, it's a warning saying if you don't do something that we want from you, we're thinking about.
It's like nobody knows what a cease and desist letter is, and he's like, "Hey, everybody, I'm so smart that I'm going to tell you what a cease and desist letter is."
Taking legal action. So let's get right into it, shall we? So we're gonna go through it fairly slowly, and then it's only 2 pages long, and then we're gonna jump back and forth depending on what Master Gunner.
Mrs. Hayes says it's a legal declaration that if you FA, you will FO.
And Randy come up with. So, dear Mr. Sergeant, the undersigned is legal counsel to Paul Lindbergh, who is Paul in the Plane, by the way. You can look that channel up anytime you want, which is, by the way, a completely solid Flat Earth channel. If you go on there right now, with the exception of posts, it has nothing but Flat Earth content on it, and that channel was absolutely non-existent. It had been buried for almost 4 years. Well, we'll get to it. Robbie Davidson and Patricia Steer. Robbie Davidson, of course, from the Celebrate Truth channel, one of the leading Christian Flat Earth channels, and one of the very early conference promoters. He was the guy that organized the Flat Earth conference.
Oh, well, look, Iron Horse says, I lost all interest in Mrs. Sphere, talking about Patricia, the moment she hooked up with the super rat, Antonio Super Rats. Well, I'm sure she's very sad to hear that you're not into her anymore. Flat Earth Aussie Jesus Ross Thatcher. No, nobody ever. Oh my gosh, seriously, gross.
In Raleigh, in Denver, in Dallas, in Canada, and did a lot of stuff. And of course, the former co-host of Strange World, who is here. This is episode 506. She was here all the way up to episode 500, and then just a few days after that, she was no longer a co-host, which we'll get into. The purpose of this letter is to officially
that was the breakup letter that I read. I wonder if we'll call it a breakup letter again.
Demand, all caps, what inch of bold and underline it, that you immediately cease and desist, see what I did there, from making any further false, defamatory, or misleading statements about my clients that have caused significant harm to their reputation and professional standing. Oh, we'll come back to that to be sure. And that you issue a public retraction on the same forums where the defamatory statements were made. To be clear, you have made numerous false, defamatory, and misleading statements about all of my clients, including, but not limited to.
And make sure, since Dearth is in the chat, tag him and ask about his leaky app and watch your comment get banned. But it's being preserved here forever.
Alleging that my clients committed SEC, that's Securities and Exchange Commission, by the way, violations related to Axion, which we'll get to. 2, asserting that they lost large sums of money in Axion and were desperate for funds. Wow, you could tear that sentence part very quickly. 3, stating that they were pressured by authorities into renouncing Flat Earth beliefs. First time that Flat Earth is mentioned in this, by the way, which means it's a Flat Earth case.
Cease and desist letters need a container.
Consequences relating to the SEC. 4, with respect to Patricia Steer, maintaining that she received a car in exchange for turning away from being an active member of the Flat Earth community. That's content gold, by the way. We'll also come back to that. 5, contending Robbie Davidson, and we will, Randy, we'll come back to you on this one. Contending Robbie Davidson accepted thousands of dollars in order to allow Logan Paul, look him up if you don't know who he is, and Jake Bird, stage name, by the way, of Jimmy Kimmel Live, to amend separate Flat.
Yeah, nobody's surprised that Jake Bird is a stage name. Oh my gosh.
Earth conferences for the sole purpose of making hit pieces against Flat Earth, which they did. And then it ends with this. These statements are false and made with reckless disregard for the truth. Therefore, my clients demand that you immediately cease and desist from making any further false, defamatory, or misleading statements about my clients, whether on your channel, during interviews, on other people's channels, in print, audio, or memes, including any tongue-in-cheek or veiled statements on any platform, which you cannot demand either of those, definitely ever, both written or recorded, can't allude to my clients' involvement with illegal activities or receiving goods or money from authorities in exchange for leaving the Flat Earth community. Again, cementing that it's a Flat Earth case. 2, remove all online content, transcripts, written posts, and recordings of the false, defamatory, or misleading statements from all platforms where they have been posted or shared. 3, issue a public retraction, apology, on the same forums where the false, defamatory, or misleading statements were made, and acknowledge that the statements that were made about my clients are false. In addition, my clients require that you leave the public retraction posted on the forums. So again.
So where people tag, there's one. TCR Griffin says, Dearth, the why the app so leaky?
An apology left on your channel.
That's going to get blocked. Yeah.
Therefore, if you fail to comply with the demand, not all caps this time, within 7 days of receiving this letter, which the email part or the FedEx, because I just got the FedEx yesterday, just so you know. And by the way, I didn't even have to sign for it, which is a whole other thing. My clients will have no choice but to consider, maybe, possibly, might happen, all available legal remedies, including but not limited to, 1, filing a defamation lawsuit seeking damages for reputational and financial harm, including a potential claim for punitive damages.
There you got Lawrence Cropley says Dearth has a leaky app.
Due to their intentional, wanton, false, and reckless nature of your statements, and seeking a court order compelling the removal of all false, defamatory, or misleading statements. From social media? This letter is the only written notice you'll receive to seek an amicable resolution of this matter. Thank you in advance for your cooperation, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me, a local office in Seattle, because as you know, I'm not where this thing originated. Okay, let's get out of that mode. All right. Where do we start? Master Gunner, where do you think we should start?
Well,
Industrial said, I've bought Dearth a beer and debated MC Toon. I got you all beat. I should be a mod in here.
Any thoughts?
My thought is to start with your last 10 years of history.
Yep, that's probably good. All right, okay, so you know what? To the chat room, why did this happen? Great, actually, it's a great one. Let's start with that. Why did this happen? Why is this letter here? This letter is here because...
Oh, what's he going to say? Is he going to say that they're trying to stop him from telling the truth? From it's censorship. They're trying to censor him.
Over the last 10 years... no one, especially in content creation, with the exception of maybe Tiger Dan, which we can't prove one way or the other because he's in England and nobody actually knew the guy, no content creator has ever left Flat Earth and gone to the other side, gone to the dark side, as it were.
Oh, well, I have a list on my website, or on it's flurf.info. Here we go, flurf.info. Let's go, escapees. Here you go. Tiger Dan, hey, it's right there. But we got Sean G, Space Pope. I'm the Jose JG Gonzalez, Joshua Stewart, Rachy, Ranty. Ranty was a content creator. Seek Truth, Speak Truth. You got Jaren, Amoral, Craig, one of Jaren's VIPs. Don't Follow, Crumb, Melodome, Nick Havoc, Patricia Steer, Paul on the Plane, Robbie Davidson, Rose777, Ryan Hisler, Shifty Eye Shady in the chat, 710 Extracts, and Donna Ann Truth. So there you go. Yeah, what about Ranty? Is Ranty? No, that's how it works for Flat Earthers. You just say whoever left was a fake.
And sometime, and I've talked about this in interviews, and you guys can look it up. Sometime, and we won't use his name, his full name, because he is now almost vanished. Let's just say his name starts with the letter J.
Jaren
went to Antarctica, and when he came back, started immediately cranking out videos.
Toivo got deleted,
even though he specialized in going after space agencies, and the Antarctic sun has nothing to do with those space agencies, or physics, or the curvature of the Earth.
Matthew Alot says, "Hey mate, just seeing if you know why Dave's app is still up, as it is leaking data still. Is that going to last?"
Really anything. All it has to do is something with the sky, and nobody gets into Flat Earth because of the sun. I don't care what kind of sun it is. That's why I didn't go. I never considered going. Doesn't really matter. Shortly after that, we did what one of my favorite episodes of all time, episode 500, and it was great. We had Karen B on there, we had Stephen Carpenter, we had Patricia and DJ. Everybody dressed up. Hell, they made me wear a jacket. It was great. Went off without a freaking hitch. Everybody was perfect. And then a few days after that, for no apparent reason, no warning at all, Patricia decides to put a thing. It was addressed to me, but it was sent to DJ and I, and it was also sent to Robbie Davidson, which we'll get to in a second. And she just says, "Hey, just so you know, I think Jaren's right about everything. I'm leaving Strange World. I'm leaving Flat Earth. I'm basically leaving the entire Truth Committee. Goodbye, Vapor Trail." She's gone. Right? Not a phone call.
I'd like to add something on that.
Yes, go ahead.
That's fine. If somebody changes their mind, hey, great. Sure.
No, it's not. And Mark Sargent didn't let it be fine. He had to say stuff about it.
When you told me about this, and we were both like, sucks, but okay.
Right.
Journey on your path.
Yeah. However, when it happened, the way it was done, again, not a single phone call, not a single text. And to this day, remember, it's been now 6 weeks. I've received nothing. I'm sorry.
You did. You got what you call the breakup letter. I read it earlier. You got it, Mark. Why do you need anything else?
There's a couple other things I got to mention here. First off, the very next day, Robbie Davidson, in fact, we could even put it up on channel real quick. Hang on, let me look it up. Give me 1 second.
Rolls the dose as Dearth. Your app is leaky. Gone.
The very
Hold
next
on
day,
a second.
Can I share this? I think I can. Let's say stop screen. Remove. And we'll say stop screen. And we'll say present. Share screen.
Hold on a second.
I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one.
I can't believe he's.
Can you guys see that?
He's.
Yeah.
Flat Earth is
right.
dead.
A day later, Robbie Davidson puts up this, which is a Flat Earth headstone. After much thought, research, and consideration, I've come to a new conclusion about the shape of the Earth. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I wish to act with integrity. I have changed my opinion based on new information that has been presented in Antarctica from the final experiment. I've not been paid or threatened or compromised in any way. Now, what's interesting about that is, and very suspicious, is that. That's taken straight letter by letter from parts of Patricia's letter.
Oh no!
From her statement to me.
They are people that talk to each other
right after each other. And then Paul on the plane, who hadn't had a channel up in multiple years, going on 4 years, he does the same sort of thing very, very quickly over the weekend. So three content creators, all that were part of the conference circuit, all left in a very suspicious manner.
Why is that a problem? Hold on a second. I need to call somebody here. Hold on.
You've reached the voicemail of David Weiss. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
Hey, Dave, I see you in the chat blocking and censoring everybody. I thought truth doesn't fear investigation, but here it is. Your leaky app is leaking data, and people are mentioning it, and you fear investigation. Anyway, we're watching. I'm documenting it. It's live on my stream, watching you block people. Anyway, love you. Bye. All right.
Now, why is that important? That's important because, and I don't know if I can share the image, but because they were all part
AEC Radio says, Dirk, go away, you scammer.
Part of
blocked.
A crypto selling channel
Dirk, your app leaks information, says Lord Voldemort.
Right? And it was just the three of them. Patricia Steer, Paul Lindbergh,
is it going to get blocked?
Davidson. And if you're wondering why that's coincidental, that's because that's the same three people that are listed on the cease and desist order. And I had said, and again, is it my speculation? Am I implying? Is it my opinion? Yeah, you bet. Do I think it is a little odd that the three people that happen to leave
He's backtracking now. He's couching it all.
Flat Earth at the exact same time were also the same three people that were tied to a crypto thing that went bad. And even here, let's show you this really fast. Ready?
Darth, your app leak status is call
Stop
S.
Screen. We'll say present.
Gone.
Share screen. Let's show you this. This was on their channel. You guys can see this, okay?
Yep.
This was on their channel the last day before they just walked away from the channel and left it up. This was July 28, 2021. Hello, I'm only going to read the first part. Hello, Axion core team, community members, and launch partners. When we decided to promote Axion with a weekly show, podcast, and social media accounts, we were unaware of the potential liability that comes with promoting a security in our...
TP debunks. King Nico is a true king of Flat Earth and soon to be the top left 2025 winner. Industrial Nerds is still not a mod.
Respective jurisdictions. During the past month, we've been informed of the legal ramifications we could individually face if we were be targeted by governing bodies that regulate securities. Why? The SEC. So it's like, oh, hey, we might be doing something illegal. You scroll down here.
Well, Silent Dave says, Dirt, did you steal Witz's Bitcoin? Is that why you won't fix the security leak? Did you rob them? Gone!
Where is it? Down below. And the Securities and Exchange Commission has issued a warning about promoting unregistered securities. Market participants should use caution. By the way, if you guys want to copy this, I will email this to anyone. It's out there.
So
I got this off their site. When promoting or touting the offer and sale of coins without first determining whether securities laws apply to those actions. To be clear, Axion and partners have not been officially labeled investment.
Emerson Biggins says Dave Weiss is scared of death of investigation.
Contracts or securities by any governing body. However, we've decided to cease all activities that could be construed as promoting anything that could be labeled as security at some point in the future. So somebody pointed at him and says, what you're doing is probably illegal, and they just walked away from it immediately. And let's take...
Yeah, why have co-presenters and not let them speak? They're just sitting there. Like, Mark, you don't need them.
Take it one step further. Let's go back to something that I've got in the back chat. If you guys are wondering, and you could Google this anytime you want. Ready? This is also, you can Google this anytime. It's called the Axion crypto scam. Axion, I didn't write this. Axion, also known as AXN, has faced significant controversy and allegations of being a scam. Initially, the project launched its token on November 2nd, 2020, but a few hours later, an exploit occurred where an unauthorized actor minted and sold 79 billion tokens, causing the price to crash by 99.5%. This incident led to the theft of over $500,000. However, the Axion team responded to the crisis by relaunching the token on November 13th after raising another $500,000. And then, did you guess what happened? It all went to hell. And they kept trying to sell it until the early summer of 2021, July, what I just read there.
Again.
You've reached the voicemail of David Weiss. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
And that finally, they just walked away from it, which was that statement I read earlier. So
I think it was more like a scamper.
There you go. was, can I prove that what they were doing was absolutely illegal and they got caught by anybody? No, I can't. But if
No, they were promoting a crypto thing that in the end wasn't a good idea. Nothing wrong with that. If there's any issue with that, it's going to be the people that were in charge of the coin, not them.
if you can't connect the dots here, I don't know what to do for you here. I don't think it's amazing coincidence. And the kicker here wasn't, if it would have been 2 out of the 3 of them, it's one.
Peter Markley, he's mowing down anyone who mentions his app. Please, Dirth, have mercy.
Thing. But the big one was Paul on the Plane, which was Paul on the Plane was so far gone. He was so far removed. And you remember, all 3 of these people, and I talked about this in other shows.
You got to mention to Dirth that Critical Think has a globe proof. He owes him.
Walked away from the whole thing. They were gone. Right? Patricia had shut down. She wasn't coming anywhere.
DVD Bug says they deleted my message. Mark, return my calls. I'm pregnant. It's yours. Do the right thing.
And then 9 months ago, she jumped back onto Strange World with a vengeance and was with us, and then made all the way up to episode 500 and then ghosted us. Robbie Davidson, who was...
She didn't ghost you, Mark. She sent you a very nice letter explaining why, and you didn't read it when she said, hey, why don't you read it?
Is benched by the Flat Earth Committee, and we'll get into this, Randy, I swear, I'm not ignoring you. He was gone for multiple years because after the Dallas conference, we weren't going to let him do conferences anymore. And Paul was so far gone, he had to reinitialize his channel.
After the Dallas conference, we weren't going to let him do conferences anymore. Seriously, did I hear that right?
He was gone for multiple years because after the Dallas conference, we weren't going to let him do conferences. The plane was so far gone. He was so far removed. And you remember, all 3 of these people, and I talked about this in other shows, had walked away from the whole thing. They were gone. Right? Patricia had shut down. She wasn't coming anywhere near us. And then 9 months ago, she jumped back onto Strange World with a vengeance and was with us, and then made all the way up to episode 500 and then ghosted us. Robbie Davidson, who was benched by...
Robbie Davidson was benched by...
the Flat Earth Committee, and we'll get into...
By the Flat Earth Community.
This, Randy, I swear, I'm not ignoring you. He was gone for multiple years because after the Dallas conference, we weren't going to let him do conferences anymore.
We weren't going to let him do conferences anymore? Mark... You really think that you are the one in charge of you're part of the we? Man, Flat Earth has the they them. You are the they of Flat Earth. You're not gonna let Robbie Davidson do conventions anymore because you decided it can't be? Wow.
And Paul was so far gone, he had to reinitialize his channel to remind people he was there in the first place. Remember, I joked with people, I said, Patricia had to get back in before she got back out.
Peter Markley, the humanity of people who mentioned Dave's app privacy issues.
Meaning she had to join Strange World because...
mention that it was listed in Have I Been Pwned.
If she had left the community, nobody would give a crap because she had been out for so long. Why was she out? Because of the boyfriend fight with Antonio Subarats from back in the day, which we may talk about a little bit. And Paul... Again, having to turn on 400-something videos. Go to Paul on the Plane. Look it up when you get a chance. There's 400-something videos on there. They're all flat Earth. He hasn't made a single globalist video, but he made a post inside it that says, just so you know, it's absolutely flat, or it's absolutely, not flat. It's like, okay, sure, whatever.
Cry about it, Mark.
Let's get back into
their brains started working better.
Letter. I'm not going to pull it up on the screen. So, real fast. So the letter itself.
Remember, it's Have I Been Pwned, and it's PWNED. It's just owned, but it's a P instead of an O.
Cease and desist letters mean nothing. They've never met. They've never meant anything. They are merely threats.
Of course they are, Mark. This isn't news to anybody.
If you want, there was an exec that I worked with years ago, an older mentor, and he always told me, he said, you either sue someone or you don't. You don't threaten to sue. Threatening means nothing. You blindside people. You go straight into it. This whole thing, this is just to rattle your average person. If you ever get a cease and desist letter, just use it to line your birdcage. As a matter of fact, mine, just, I'm not even going to take it out of the FedEx. What's the point? Anyone wants this, by the way? You can email me. I'm Sergeant23. I'm taking offers. And by that, I mean interesting trades. You got some, trade me like a samurai sword for it or something. I don't really care. Could be worth something. If it's,
I can pick one of those up.
What?
Samurai sword.
Could you?
I'm in the right spot tonight. Yeah, buddy.
Nice. Okay, so...
Yeah, Half Tater, they definitely sold out.
Let's break down a couple of these points about the letter. Again, I'm not going to flash it on screen. You guys can... There's other things...
Clear something up real quick.
Sorry, was that...
Make sure something's clear on this.
What?
You are not ranting that they left flat Earth.
No.
Yes, he was.
Just to make this clear.
No. I don't.
It's fine. Everybody goes their own way, whatever. The point of this is that your longtime friend, 10 years almost, right?
Yep.
Sends you a cease and desist letter with...
Joe King says, MC Toon, I have to go with Occam's razor and find the simplest explanation. Mark is full of cheat.
Not even calling or talking or saying, hey.
Of course, Dave's app is insecure. It's listed. It was on Have I Been Owned? Of course,
I love flat Earth, but yeah, I don't want to like things you're saying. And although you were just speculating, like, I don't know, you and her and Paul and Robbie have done for the last 10 years. I mean, let's be honest, where we connect dots for everything, for the government, NASA, space.
Extra J, perfect idea.
Sex, everything. Yep. The shot. But suddenly you get a cease and desist letter saying that you're recklessly disregarding the truth with false statements.
Right.
Coming from people that were in the flat Earth community that say it's a globe now. Okay. Right. So for the last 10 years, you recklessly disregarded the truth is what you're saying? And now you want to stop everybody else from their opinions?
Right.
No. The cease and desist letter is very specific, and this is the manipulation that he's doing there. The cease and desist letter was about stop saying things about them that aren't directly related to whether or not they switch from flat Earth. It's making accusations against them about those other things. Stop doing those other things.
I have the right, more than just about anybody, to have the opinion to look upon what happened in the last 2 months.
Look at the comments get deleted.
There's a lot of suspicious stuff going on here.
So much deleting.
From multiple levels, to the point where even I started going into denial about this. Where it's like, I couldn't believe what was happening. It's like, again, in the back channels, we joked about this for years. It's like, well, is anyone going to sell out? Is anyone going to, take the briefcase of money or whatever is, the carrot or the stick? And when it actually happened, even I couldn't believe.
Peter Markley says, I've literally never been in chat in a live before. We're seeing so many comments. Oh, it's gone. Oh, no, that is disappearing in real time. Guess I haven't been in many Flurf lives.
Believe it. I remember talking to you, and it's like, is this happening? Are we actually in the middle of this right now? Because the people that were involved, it was beyond the pale. And, for Patricia to send the worst breakup letter ever.
He said breakup letter. He said it. You pathetic loser. You weren't dating.
To where it's like, what breakup letter do you sign your full name? It's like, really? Not Patricia, not PS, not P, not Hearts? No.
You were not dating.
And no phone call, wants me to read it on air. It looks bad. It looks super bad to do that.
It looks bad. She was nice to you. You were not dating.
And then, Robbie giving up biblical cosmology. By the way, just so you guys know, Robbie Davidson, you know what? I should probably get this out there early. I forgot to mention this, right? This little FedEx thing, by the way, which I'm willing to trade for something interesting out there. Not a Winnebago or something like, or a motorcycle. But there's 2 others of these out there. And I don't know if you guys are in chat. I don't know if you guys want to out yourselves. This show is going to be basically about my side of things, which is there were...
It's Dearth and Marty Leeds.
3 people that got these letters. 3, not just me, 2 other people. And you can probably guess who they are. They were talking loudly about the situation. Anyone want? If you see them in chat, please let me know, and if they out themselves here, I'll mention them by name. But that's gonna matter here in a second. So when you do a breakup letter like that, and then you have Robbie Davidson, who was currently the leader of the.
I wonder if somebody could make a soccer account quick that's like Witsit with his actual avatar, and get in there.
Flat Earth biblical side of things, to where he was running Flat Earth Christian conferences. Some I wasn't even allowed to go to because I couldn't quote enough chapter and verse. That was out of the blue. It's like, what does biblical cosmology got to do with the Antarctic sun? Nothing.
Garth Peterson says, we're definitely censoring the trolls tonight. If you're here to talk about Dave's app, F off. You are censoring. Good job. You are for censoring. You don't get to complain about censoring then.
Nothing. Absolutely freaking nothing. For Robbie to jump on that, all of a sudden, it's like, remember, Robbie had nothing to do with the TFE. It's like, oh no, I'm out. It's like, what? What are you talking about? I'm looking at his channel. He actually posted something just a couple days later where he says, do you want to know what leaving a cult looks like? Read my comments. Like, why? You mean the cult? I'll go with you on this one. The cult that you helped build the foundation for? That cult? The cult where you set up the conferences for? That one? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have had the first 3 conferences.
Yes, he feels bad about that. It's called, being wrong and then saying, no, I've made a mistake and I'm going to turn away from that. Right? You should do that, Mark.
So what are you talking about? Just throwing that language out there? Sure. And then Paul, I'm not going to pick on him that much. Paul was just along for the ride. The only reason he was even there, that he's even part of this, is he was part of Axiom. That's it. And so am I allowed to speculate on this? Okay, let's
Walkie Warrior, Mark Sargent, were you actually dating Patricia?
Let's get back to the letter really fast. What I am allowed and not allowed to do. Ready? And
hey, Mark.
What?
Are you guys hungry?
I'm too far behind. I'm speeding up a little more.
Oh wow, that looks good.
Yeah,
I don't recognize any of those brands though.
Hey,
yeah, what, Brad?
Peanut said something in chat.
Oh, set chat to slow mode. Can I? I don't know if I can do it from here. Sorry, guys. I didn't know there was going to be that many people in chat. I don't think I can change it on the fly unless somebody tells me.
I'm going to buy a bottle of sweat.
That's awesome. People, by the way, if you want to guess where Randy is, you'll
he doesn't know how to do it.
Something. You can guess first person.
That's what we're drinking right there, buddy. Here's the last drop.
Sorry, I don't think I can switch slow mode until I get into the.
You can actually. He just don't anybody tell him how. Some people. Let's see where to go. Mark's so upset he got a Dear John letter from his non-girlfriend.
Related to Axion. Can I prove they committed SEC violations? No, I cannot. However, they seem to, in fact, I wouldn't even have thought that, except they admitted themselves in their statement, in their PDF thing that they put out there, the statement which I read earlier. That's theirs. I can send it to you all day long. They created that of July of last year, not me. So does it look bad? Yes. Is it interesting that the three people that may or may not have been tied to an SEC violation are also the same?
There's the manipulation again. They didn't say that they did anything wrong. They didn't say that, but he wants his echo chamber to think that they did.
Same people that left Flat Earth at the exact same time and then started promoting Globe stuff by going into Jaren's chat room and supporting him. Oh crap, I said his name. I'm not supposed to say his name. Jay's chat room. By the way, why were they in that chat room in the first place?
Because they're friends with him.
Also, I find it interesting on that note that they just suddenly went, not just promoting Globe, fine, whatever.
Right.
They went into an anti.
Right.
No, they didn't. None of them have said anything or posted anything. A pro-Globe or anti-Flat, right? Well, Robbie has said a little bit. On Facebook, but not much. They haven't done videos or anything, but you idiots go and attack them. You're dumb. You're in a cult.
Flat Earth person, where they were attacking you and even Eric Dubay and David.
Why in the world were you attacking Eric Dubay? Has he even chimed in on this? You know, to your point,
contacted and said, "Hey, here's some proofs of the Globe, Mark. We need to look at this and discuss. I mean, these are your friends, pretty much."
Right. And I will say this about Patricia. She did try before episode 500, and it was awkward. It was clunky.
She did. She listed the things in the not breakup letter because you're not dating. You didn't pay attention to them.
Which was, she goes, you need to watch this 75-minute video of Jaren's, sorry, I'm not supposed to say his name, of Jay's, where he was talking about SpaceX and how the launch of SpaceX proved the globe. And it's like, what? What are you talking about? He specializes in that.
Yeah, for years, he proved SpaceX was wrong, I thought.
Right. Yeah, all the time. There was none of those four people did the slowdown, where it's like, okay, they slowed down from Flat Earth, had a crisis of conscience, had intellectual conflict. It's like, maybe, I don't.
Yeah, of course they did. You just didn't watch it.
No, talk to some people about it, and then no. It's like I'm going 100 miles an hour in the Flat Earth direction, and then I'm turning around and I'm going 120 miles an hour in the other direction instantly. That doesn't happen. If it was in a movie or...
You just detailed how Paul and Robbie were not going fast. They had taken a break. They were doing nothing. You're not making sense there, Mark. Oh my goodness.
Television show, it wouldn't happen. So go ahead.
Here's the thing. I always like, you have always talked about your journey to Flat Earth and how many weeks it took to investigate and just to bring the doubt of the globe and all that. And I've heard Patricia's talk about it and Paul talked about it. I don't know that much from Jay, sorry. But they took weeks to do that, and then all of a sudden they flipped instantly and didn't talk to you about it.
Right, didn't talk to me at all. Nobody didn't talk to anybody.
And really. That's what makes it...
But Mark, you just said Patricia tried to talk to you about it, but you wouldn't engage with it. Man, you got to keep your lies straight, Mark.
Suspicious.
Right. Is what they did very suspicious? Yeah, you bet it is, and you bet we can comment on that all day long.
Right, and you go back through, and I'll just pick Patricia, because she's the one I know most for the last several years. She's always done her interviews and talks and all that of how it's suspicious. If you go from the shot, if you go to the current president, if you go to NASA, she's always talked about how suspicious and connecting the dots and maybe this and maybe that.
Oh my goodness, Paige there, is that Paige? That is Dirth's, the Paige that owns the house that Dirth lives in, says, the battle between good and evil rages on. Glad to be on God's side. The truth will set you free, Satanists. Yeah, because if you think the earth is a globe, like all of the other Christians on the planet, all 2, 3, 4 billion, whatever the number is, then you're a Satanist. Yep, that's how it works.
And that's what she's telling you to stop doing.
Right. That's what the truth community does. We're suspicious about stuff all the time, including each other, right? Which is why you got to be careful about how much you joke about doing things. I know I joke about being an agent all the time, and some people hate that I do that. They're like, oh, you shouldn't do that, or wear one of Zulu's 33 shirts, or wear my grandfather's Mason hat, which I ended up giving away. That stuff. I get it. There's some people's like, no, that's not funny, and it's like, come on, man, lighten up just a little bit, because I got to have some fun. Hence the puppet. So
wait,
what?
I say you're cease and desist on calling me that.
No. Well, yes, you could, because I'm actually, I'd be profiling in that case. You would be flesh challenge, human
extra
challenge?
J tag Dirth.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Cool. More features to come. More features like leaking more data.
All right, continue on.
Okay. Other bully asserting that they lost large sums of money in Axion and were desperate for funds. Yes, sorry, guys. We already know you lost a whole bunch of money. I'm not going to say how in case you decide to move forward with this.
Hello Sun says, Paige, the truth will come out soon and the world will be free of its chains. I've been hearing since the very moment I started paying attention to flat earthers. I've heard flat earthers say, it's coming soon.
I'm going to save it as a surprise. We know you lost money. You got higher in your own supply. It wasn't you were just selling Axion. You were also betting on it because you thought you were going to be on this side of the rug pull. Everybody does. That's the brilliance of crypto. It's everybody thinks, oh, everybody knows it's going to get rug pulled, but everyone thinks they're going to be on the good side. And when you don't, you act shocked. And you burn some other people in the process. I'm not going to name names right now. Stating that they were pressured by authorities into renouncing flat earth beliefs in exchange for protection from legal consequences relating to the SEC. Look, it's as far as connecting the dots, it's a pretty good one, which I like, which is if you run into people, again, to be fair, you guys didn't make the coin. You didn't make Axion, you were just selling it. But you were tied to it, and you dedicated a channel to selling it. We've got all the videos from the channel, we got the screenshots.
Nothing illegal about that.
And by the way, that channel's gone. It was up for all the way up until the beginning of this year, and then once we put our spotlights on, it's like, hey.
Oh, Hello Sun was me, says Yadawat. Nice play.
Look, the Axion channel's still gone. 12 hours later, you pulled it. Yeah, that wasn't suspicious at all. So if they're going through all the people at Axion, not just you guys, but everybody, and they look for potential assets, why not choose you guys? Why not? You're all social media people. You're all tied to the same group, which is Flat Earth. Why wouldn't you? If it was my think tank, I'd use you, especially since two of you were in a Netflix documentary. I mean,
it's Rubik's Cubed is in there. That's you, right, Rubik's? Love it.
Who knows what sort of disruption you could cause in the Flat Earth? Oh, wait, we're in it right now. All right, so possibly. With respect to Patricia Steer, again, Patricia, I know that you were tied to the writing of this letter because it's got your fingerprints all over it.
Oh, Beast Militia, yeah, exactly. The reason Dirth deletes the messages so fast is because the chat is full of potential customers and he desperately doesn't want them to know the truth.
But you couldn't help yourself. With respect to Patricia Steer, maintaining that she received a car in exchange for turning away from being an active member of the Flat Earth community. All I said was, and I wasn't even the one that found it, by the way. It's not like I'm the one, the master researcher that finds everything. You shouldn't have posted the fact that you bought a really high-end Mercedes 4 weeks before you left the show.
She can buy whatever car she wants, you idiot. You jealous non-boyfriend of hers.
It looks bad. The optics are terrible. Really,
Who cares?
Really bad.
Doesn't matter.
What, especially with this community. The community is going to look at that, and I have not talked to anyone that saw that picture, which you posted. Why in the world would you post it with a big bow on it? By the way, who did it come from, right? Because you only put the bows on it usually when the husband buys it for the wife. I'm not being sexist when I say that.
No, when you go to a dealership, they put a bow on it. Not always. Some do. They put a bow on it, and then they take a picture of you next to it. That's what happens at a dealership. They've got bows in dealerships.
Maybe the salesman did it.
Yeah, maybe the salesperson did it. Maybe it's a thing. Maybe women, they realize that women just love it when you put a bow on a shiny six-figure car. Right? But it looks bad. All you have to do is not post it.
It
there was
looks
not a single
bad.
person I ran into that
Why
saw that photo.
does
It's
it
like,
matter?
It's probably fine. Probably nothing suspicious there.
Why is it wrong for her to buy a car, you jealous piece of trash?
It looked bad. Sorry, it did. Nothing I can do there. And by the way, when I say that, it's my opinion. It looked bad, but you know what? My opinion is carrying a lot of weight out there. And I wasn't the one that came up with it in the first place. When I saw it the first time, I was like, oof, that's not good. It was too shiny. It was too new. And by the way, why even post a caption?
Oh, we got Wits It Gets It in there. It says this is a bad look for us.
Hey, look, just bought my dream car. Really?
Yeah, that didn't make a lot of sense, but whatever.
No, and let's get into this. We'll give Randy a little chance to talk here before the break.
I'm good.
Contending.
Oh, Meat Permits Tad says he's mad because she didn't ask him if she could buy a car because of their imaginary joint account.
Robbie Davidson, and you probably pronounce that different, Randy, accepted Floppy Davidson?
I'm going to say, I'm just going to use code words.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to go to court.
Really?
Actually, I'd love it.
Yeah, about to say. And we'll get into that after the break. Contending, Robbie Davidson accepted thousands of dollars in order to allow Logan Paul. But let's do Logan Paul first.
Addicted to Gaming says that bet Lisbeth will be buying a new car soon as long as she had insurance. She does have insurance, and her car was totaled. She'll be getting a new car soon.
Randy?
Oh, Borgenporia says Witsit Gets It is in the chat. I love this. You guys are great.
You were there in Denver.
Yeah, quietly.
Can you break down kind of what you thought you saw when you were doing the whole thing with Logan Paul showing up at the Denver conference?
What I can say is that it was definitely
they removed Witz's comment. Oh no,
something. And sometimes you get it stuck to the bottom of your shoe, and don't want to bring your shoe in the house afterwards. And it's not gum.
There you go. Logan Paul was kept a extremely tight secret for the Denver conference.
Oh, household name. Everybody knows him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Robbie.
He's an artist, recording artist. He sings songs and he's in movies and everything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Picatsoid is in there. Oh, and gone.
And a singer, and the bigger we went, because we thought A-lister, the bigger we went, the more tickets he sold.
He did say A-lister.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I was expecting Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
Karen, he says fake Winston. Oh, it's Karen who did it.
Iron Man.
Jack Black.
Well, that was a different story with Jack Black. But
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah, that was another one.
Yeah, there aren't a lot. The list is pretty short. And Robbie
Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis has a band. Absolutely. And Logan.
Harry Connick Jr.
Harry Connick Jr. Singer first, actor second, but yes, good point.
Steve Martin.
That's kind of a stretch. I mean, he's a musician, but I wouldn't call him a singer. But yeah, you know what? We'll go with it. Sure. I've listened to enough Steve Martin stuff. But Logan Paul was absolutely kept Robbie. He swore him to secrecy to where when Logan would not come down from his hotel for the mixer during the first night, Robbie just gave up and finally told somebody. I mean, Robbie kept his secret, and that was just it. Only Robbie knew. He did not tell anybody. And if you think that he's going to do that out of the goodness of his heart, you're kidding yourself. You know, promoters, they do things for the do-re-mi. And so how many VIP tickets? Now, it doesn't have to be cash compensation necessarily. How many VIP tickets, which Robbie would have gotten the money for, did Logan buy? How many hotel rooms did Logan use? And, you know, controversial because, yes, I walked out of that conference because nobody knew that Logan was coming and nobody knew who Logan was.
Mark left because Mark is the main character. And he wasn't the main character. He's got to be the main character. And Logan was upstaging him. Mark won't allow that.
And just so you guys know, I want to say this before the break, but we got a few minutes. I want to at least get this point.
What break?
By mentioning this in the cease and desist.
Why is there a break?
This letter. Chat room, I want your response on this. You now open the door to have Logan Paul as a witness in a flat earth court case. You're going to put Logan Paul on the stand. Think about that for a second, will you?
It won't go well for Flat Earth.
Logan Paul, who used to prank people for a living. Logan Paul, involved in crypto scams himself. Logan Paul, who's now...
Nobody cares about that.
Part of the World Wrestling Federation.
Nobody cares about that.
You're going to put him on the stand on your side. And if you're Robbie Davidson, if you're listening to this, don't forget he made a hit piece on you after the Denver conference.
But now Robbie's on the same side as the hit piece. Right? I'm sure, there's he's not excited about it, but Robbie's on the same side now. He's like, oh yeah, there's the globe.
He lit you up. No conflict of interest there? You're going to put him on the stand as a friendly witness?
No conflict of interest.
Witness. He's going to be your witness?
Yeah, I doubt that it would take, I doubt that they'd have to bring Logan Paul in. My gosh. But even if they did, let's imagine they did. What's wrong with that? There's no problem at all.
How's that going to work? Exactly. That's media gold. Media gold. And let's talk about the second one is Jake Bird of Jimmy Kimmel.
Wait. Maybe we should ask the people of Japan how they feel about Logan Paul.
Oh my gosh, Randy, no, the cartoon guy.
Maybe there's a reason I'm on this island. Maybe there is.
Seriously.
Maybe so.
Right. Well, the puppet is not.
I don't know.
All right, Generally Shady going into chat. Good luck, buddy.
Okay. Hey.
Randy, I want your...
Oh, it's proving time. 666 Nathan Oakley's daddy says he pranked people for a living, yet these dumb arses never suspected he might be pranking them. I know.
Opinion on this one, which is the because you got this. So Jake Bird of Jimmy Kimmel. Well, that's kind of odd because...
What's odd?
Jake Bird isn't a real name, is it?
No.
No, it is not.
Why is that
That is
odd?
the name of a character that wears a kickstand.
Right.
On his knee. And the guy's real name is Anthony Barbieri, who just so happened to be on a list of people that were going to attend the Dallas conference, but somehow somebody printed him a Jake Bird ID.
Right. There you
go.
go.
Who printed off the IDs? Who knew there was a scam coming?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You're going to have to prove that, guys. You can't. You're just doubling down.
Yep. Yeah. Did Robbie Davidson absolutely...
Oh, we got Jason Martinez's debate MC Toon. Oh no, he never would. He would never. Mark Sargent would run scared. He would run scared.
Know that Jimmy Kimmel was going to have a team there. Yes. The question then comes in, did he knew the infiltrator with the stage name of Jake Bird was going to be there? I think yes. It is.
He had to have.
Had to have.
Who printed off the name tag?
Yeah, he had to print off the name tag. And sorry, one more thing to the law firm that's tied to this.
So wait a minute. Wait.
What?
So you're going to tell me that guy that made the conference supposedly happened is the same guy that printed up the name tag to the people that were going to bully the people attending the conference.
Now, what information does Mark have that the guy who was the actor playing Jake Bird used his actual name instead of the Jake Bird name as the reservation? How do you have that information? Do you have that information, or are you just guessing?
There you go.
Is that what happened? I think so. I bet you. You know what we need? We need the itinerary list. That would be a great thing to get hold of.
The itinerary list.
And
oh my gosh!
Now that you've mentioned this in the cease and desist letter, hey, great! Now you've got Jimmy Kimmel's team and an actor that you would also have to call as a witness. And by the way, if you don't call them, I am. Please
don't do that, Scotty Orange. Don't do that.
Please move forward with this, because this again is media gold. If you think just for these two that Logan Paul
there says I'm 4 feet tall, I'm taller than him,
and Jimmy Kimmel's group is going to be tied to a flat earth court case, you think you can keep that out of the media?
Oh, that'd be great.
Oh
that'd
my
be
god,
great.
That would be
Bring
awesome.
it on.
Oh my gosh.
And we'll throw one more in the mix. Most people don't even know that during the first conference in Raleigh, back in the day in 2017, Howard Stern's team was actually there. Now, Howard wasn't there because he sticks out like a sore thumb, but his team was there, and his team is not shy for pulling pranks and hijinks. But it was such a zoo. Randy remembers the lobby was so crowded and such a zoo you couldn't pull a prank.
J, what's your
even
comment?
If you wanted to. So we lucked out there. He allowed.
Can I get a lat long distance overlaid on the app?
We may call Howard Stern's team for comparison. What sort of access did they get? Because most people would be like, no, we don't want Howard Stern's team there. They were there. We know because he talked about it.
And how is this anything? Do you have any information about this, or is this just you making accusations? Of course, it's accusations.
Later on.
Nothing yet. So no background, huh?
Good stuff. So what I'm saying there, and we'll end this part before we go.
Good work. Way to drop the ball. Let the other team score a bucket.
Why?
Try,
oh my
whatever.
gosh.
It was bad. You guys are at this point. Again, we'll
Goofy the Cat says, "Is Randy his handy girlfriend?"
We'll get to the logistics later after the break. But you're now allowing. You're saying, okay, not only are we thinking about doing a court case, but just to defend Robbie Davidson, you're going to bring Logan Paul into the courtroom.
He didn't. And nobody said they're going to bring Logan Paul into the courtroom, but you, Mark. You're the only one in this imaginary fantasy land that thinks that's going to be necessary.
Jimmy Kimmel's team, potentially Howard Stern's team, and whoever else.
No, none of this is going to happen.
Three off the top of my head that you've listed.
But he is so legally non-adept that he thinks that that's how it would have to be done. Wow.
And one more thing before we go to break, which is let me throw this out here. This is something for the chat room to think about.
Oh, this is going to be stupid.
Jury selection.
Oh my gosh.
How in the world do you qualify a jury for this? Remember, we're uncharted territory. How do you qualify a jury for this case if you're going to do it?
It's not hard.
Who do you disqualify?
Where would this even be held? That's what
where would you even?
It would be in Washington State, where Mark lives.
Thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
Where the lawyer is who filed the cease and desist.
Hold this.
Also, let's look at the basis of the case.
Right.
That you are, what was it again? Disregarding the truth.
Oh my gosh. Talk fast. This is at 75% faster speed.
Right.
Recklessly disregarding the truth.
Yep. Wantonly.
So
Jade Orange 911. No. His dreams don't count.
Again. This is what they've been doing for 10 years. This is what everybody does for 10 years. This is what the red team does. This is what the blue team does. They're making speculations of opinions.
This is what the internet does.
I know.
I'm going
to go to her words,
Yeah.
Donald Trump faked his shooting.
Ooh.
Really?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Yeah.
So you're going to try to do this case, which let's say
Not every civil case has a jury.
Day one, and you had to shut up, not make these connecting dot
Oh,
opinions.
it hit normal.
Well, that would be everybody in the country.
Yeah,
I must have caught up.
Every congressman, every senator, everything.
Yep. The free speech aspect of this would be
There's no free speech. This isn't censorship or free speech. This is defamation. Different thing.
staggering, absolutely staggering, which is the overarching ramifications for this are massive. Free speech, just to start.
No,
it's so freaking huge that what you would do. And plus, again, take flat Earth out of it. Take the flat Earth topic out of it. Just the free speech angles and what you are hoping to accomplish here is never going to happen. You throw flat Earth into it. Oh, then it's again, any judge would break out into a cold sweat just reading it because they couldn't help but tell fellow judges or whoever else they can disclose this sort of stuff to. Okay, we're gonna go to break. When we come back, we're gonna see if we can answer some of your questions. We're gonna go over a few more points on this though, because it's fun.
Why is there a break?
Fun. It's fun for me to even think about it, and we'll get to it. So let's do present video. We got our break thing coming up. Let's do that. There we go. Maybe on camera.
There's the break. Oh, look, I see the curve. It's curving up. This is the little piggy cam. They still use this. This is the little piggy cam. You can see that wire. That's a distorted lens. Oh, look, it's the app. It's the app that's still leaking data, and Dave knows it. It's probably negligence to advertise this app. Yeah, he thinks it's going to be a criminal trial with a jury. All right, let's catch up here.
30 a.m.
Don't need to hear about it, Karen B. Wow. All right, so I'm caught up. The most time out anyone you want for 24 hours or worse. There it is. Mark Sargent wants to censor people. He's instructing people to censor. That's what the if you fear the truth, that's what you do. You censor people. So all right, let's see. I'm probably blocked on his channel, but I'll go check. I'll see. Maybe I'm not. Oh, he's playing air drums. Here we go. Truth doesn't fear investigation. Deleting comments is fear of investigation. So, all right, there we go. Let's see if my comment, see if I can even get through there. All right. Oh, they're talking again.
My co-host for this evening, DJ, the soft, wonderful, sensitive angel that he is. In fact, Nicole calls him all the time an angel, an actual angel. Well, if he's a good angel, then I will probably just have to be one of the bad ones. And I know that
blocked.
Brian
I don't see it.
Why? Because he's smoking Pall Mall.
I don't see my comment.
Peanut sent me a bunch
what
of
do you
these.
know?
Nice.
What do you know?
And of course, my other shoulder, we got.
Let me go here.
Harry, Randy.
I don't know why you keep saying that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Looking good.
Let's
looking
try
good walking the streets, by the way. I like it.
Yeah, man.
All right.
I got my Apple Watch on.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had it running.
So where we left off
Another...
was the fact that this would end up being some sort of celebrity trial that would overshadow everything. Just for the fact that it's like, okay, you're going to have to prove that you again clear your name by bringing in Logan Paul and a chunk of Jimmy Kimmel's production team, maybe even Jimmy Kimmel himself, because remember he was the one that did the skit on stage.
If you are watching, eat a bowl of hairy Bigfoot dick. Oh, Karen's such a
Jake Bird.
Karen's such a kidder.
Whose real name is Randy?
Anthony Barbieri.
Yep, Anthony Barbieri. Yeah.
All right, let's see if
real funny guy.
If you don't know who Jake Bird is, he was the guy that was the first person at the microphone when I was doing my Q&A during my session. He was already freaking hammered at 10 in the morning.
Oh, blocked again.
That was my fault.
All my
I met him at
accounts.
the bar at 9.
All my accounts.
And we threw him out pretty quick. In fact, I
Block
wrote
them
Jake
all.
Bird.
Actually, that's not true.
What?
That's not true. I will not
let's
let you
see
lie.
here.
Wait till you go to court, then do it there.
Oh, okay.
All right, I got another here.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I got it. I'm sure.
What was that? What'd you say
What?
just now?
All right, let's see.
Oh, that Jake Bird. He was the first person. He was the infiltrator for Jimmy Kimmel's team.
Yeah.
And he asked the first question at my Q&A.
Yeah.
And he was freaking hammered. As far as I
Of
can.
course, yeah. But after
Man, I'm blocked everywhere.
that, you said something else.
I don't know. He won the door prize for asking the first question. I didn't know who he was. I didn't think people have said, well, why didn't you call him out? It's like, well, because he wasn't even the strangest flat Earth guy I'd seen that morning. You know, yeah, he wore a hat and a shirt and a fake weird leg cast and stuff like that. But the guy that followed him was a legitimate guy in a wheelchair with flags. So
there were weird people there for sure.
So I signed a book for him.
Jake Bird was not the weirdest flat earther there, for sure.
And gave him some stuff and I mean, yeah, did I think he was suspicious? Sure, but not as much as the other people. You know, we've got some pretty crafty guys that can spot people, and they spotted him pretty fast.
Did that one get through?
The point. Oh, I told him, I wrote him, and I said, look, you could have stayed there the whole day if you just were toned it down a little. But you were so over the freaking top that you were done before lunch.
Block.
You know, and during the first day, whatever.
Oh, I know what I was going to tell you.
What?
You know, you said we threw him out?
Yeah.
No, you didn't.
He has 505 watching. I don't know. Maybe this is the largest he's had in a while. Because I've got 800. What do we got here? 862 here. Thank you so much. Love you all. Long time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And just so you guys know,
I was there, man.
Here's the comment.
They sent a full-blown production team that were just supposed to.
Everybody send that comment there. Truth doesn't fear investigation. Deleting comments is fear of investigation.
Interview people and cover it, and then they sent Jake Bird as
Tony Barbieri.
Yeah, who paid full freight to infiltrate us and then use hot mic. So they were watching him the entire time. They weren't interviewing anybody. They were just watching him interact with people. That was the skit.
Yeah.
And again, Jimmy Kimmel, I remember when he was done, you can watch it on my channel.
This is great. Jimmy Madison 42 says they could make this whole thing go away if they all would drink a big glass of STFU and not say any of the things in the cease and desist. Yeah, it'd be done. But no, he in his imaginary fantasy world, Jake Bird and Logan Paul need to show up to the trial with a jury because he's seen TV shows.
Ran like a 7-minute skit on.
He did.
Yeah. And the only person they shot on stage was me because by that time they were tossed. The whole team was tossed. But when they were tossed,
Robbie stepped in and said they were okay.
Right.
They were okay.
Yep.
Wow.
That's very true. And for anyone that's doubting that, anybody on the other side, we've got all the camera footage of that happening.
This is going directly against the cease and desist.
Because we were filming them filming us. And so we've got. I've watched some of it. There's no way you can look at that and say that I didn't know what was going on there. He knew. Again, who printed up the Jake Bird label? So anyway,
I would say probably what happened is they went to the website or whatever the order form was and put in the guy's name as Jake Bird. That's probably how it happened.
So to the points, let's get down to the second part of the letter here. I want to boil down because I like boiling down stuff. The 3 main points, and this is for the chat room. 3 points. They demand, I use that term loosely and we'll get to why in a second. First one, stop implying anything in regards to these 3 people doing anything suspicious. Do not say that they did anything suspicious. Do not hint that they did anything suspicious. And do not speculate at all. Okay, that
Jeremy Taylor says, I asked Dearth to help get my private info out to hot singles near me via his app, I was instantly banned.
First point alone, how in the world are you going to get that past a jury of any kind that you cannot speculate on the internet on what's going on here? How?
He thinks it's like a Perry Mason trial, like some high like the drama TV shows. Like this is what in his fantasy world where he's the main character, that's what it's going to be.
How are you going to pull that off?
I don't know how he's going to defend himself. Is he going to have a lawyer defend him? Is that how it's going to be? Is he going to hire a lawyer to do it?
You're not. It's impossible. Cannot be done. It's too big. It's what we do as a people. We do that. It's gossip. It's rumor. It's innuendo. It's dish. It's drama. It's what we're doing now. People can't get enough of it. It's the reason why the soap opera industry has been going on for more than half a century. So don't tell me it cannot be done.
And by the signs, I speculate for breakfast.
There you go. And the truth, I mean, talk about hypocritical, as Master Gunner has said. I mean, the truther community does that more than anyone. We speculate on everything. We see suspicion.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You imagine all this stuff. Like, speculate. You treat speculation as truth. That's your problem. Then you hear somebody else say it, and then it gets repeated, and a whole bunch of people repeat it, and they're like, oh, that's true.
And, deception everywhere. And these four people involved, the Jay and Patricia and Robbie and Paul. Paul specialized in how he thought everything the space program was. He specialized in satellites. I've loved his videos. I put them on my channel. How those were suspicious. Robbie Davidson, all the biblical cosmology side of things. Absolutely, that mainstream science is suspicious. He went after them all the time. And Patricia, she went after everything, all the time. She wouldn't have been on Strange World if she wasn't.
Well, they got smarter.
And then, sorry, let's go in a couple little side things. And I'm trying to be nice when I say that.
Well, real quick, I got a question for you, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you've been doing this for about 10 years?
10 years.
About 10 years? Yeah. You've had a lot of
10 years in
allegations
February.
from other people and other channels brought to you, right?
About me?
Yeah, about you.
Yeah, I've been accused of being everything. Hollywood producer.
How many of those channels did you try to shut down?
Not a single one. Not a single one.
And nobody's trying to shut down your channel there, manipulator. It's very nice of you, Mark Sargent, to have Master Gunner there to help you manipulate the audience.
In fact, I've never, and I put that in the description box, first paragraph of every description box of every video I make, I've never even thrown a copyright strike or a guideline strike, anything. I've never even done that. It's like that's how I got to where I was. It's like I made my stuff Creative Commons license. You can take my stuff and throw it everywhere.
Awesome. Can you comment on your channel without being banned? Just a question asking for a friend.
Or nowhere. Whatever you want to do. Make the money off of it. People make thousands of dollars on my videos, and I didn't give a crap. It's like, whatever. It's fantastic. Good for you. They found avenues which I did.
Obi-Wan.
Oh
my gosh. Obi-Wan says, who is trying to shut down your channel? Banned.
The clues, for example. Sorry, go ahead.
The point is, you've never tried to censor them or stop.
Oh, no. My goodness. The censoring is happening in real time. We're watching it.
Their speech or anything else. Right. Now, they're telling you need to be censored and stop your speech.
Right.
It's
no, it's not that. It's stop doing these specific accusations. You people, you're just imagining all this stuff. It's crazy.
It is hypocritical at its finest. It's there's.
Hey, can we refer to that as hippie critical?
Hippie critical.
Hippie critical. Yeah, man. Yeah.
In your case, absolutely.
Ooh, Corey Cassetta says I phoneticized. Let's see, where is it? I think I have to agree that comments. I don't know what your name is on there. Or is it like if it scrolled off the screen, it's done, right? Yeah, I don't see it. I'm sorry.
Why not? Because it's already hairy as it is,
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
On this screen that we're doing right now.
Right.
Oh my gosh, Divergent Droid. I have and do. I'm retired HVAC. I use physics for 30 years daily to do my job. No, oh my gosh. The physics you need to do in HVAC, you can learn by rote and never do anything fancy again. Oh my gosh.
Am I to guess the reason why you're doing this is to be transparent? Seems how there's so much crap going around.
The whole reason I'm doing this and posting, again, anyone wants the actual copy of the cease and desist letter, I will shoot it to you. All you have to do is email me at msargent23@comcast.net and just say letter. I want letter or whatever. F you, I want letter. I don't care who you are. I will shoot you the letter because I don't, the rumor, I know how the telephone game works in the internet, and I especially know it in our community.
All right, somebody send him an email, get the letter.
Develop very, very quickly. And so in this case,
get the letter. Get the letter. His email address, msargent23@comcast.net. Get the letter. You got to pretend that you're You're one of the flatties somehow, and then get it sent to you. I'd love to see it. I'd love it.
It's like, no, I'm trying to get ahead of this, and I'm letting you guys know my intentions before we get that far. So, and to your point, Brian, which was, you said, we could make a compilation. Just so you guys know, I'm directing this at Robbie and Patricia and Paul. The compilation video clips we could make of you speculating and implying and giving tongue-in-cheek and innuendo about a range of topics would be massive. In fact,
doesn't matter. They've asked you to stop doing this.
We wouldn't even be able to use a fraction of them in court, just so you know, on all sorts of different things.
I want you to give us an inside example. I'm going to bring up one for you.
Okay.
I'll let you. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, they're removing stuff about Lisbeth.
I've heard many times, and I've talked to Trish personally too before. And by the way, I'm here because I've known Mark and Patricia for 10 years,
right?
Almost. I remember her telling that doctors were bad and you shouldn't go to the doctors.
No, he's saying that he will send the actual envelope, the FedEx envelope. That's what he's saying. So somebody try to get it from him.
Excuse me.
Right.
Especially the time of the shot stuff and everything else.
Yeah, we got to be careful what we say there. But yes.
But she has said, she said it on, many times. We have the videos and everything else. She told people you should not go to the doctors because the pharmaceutical company's bad, the doctors are in their pockets, they're bad, doctors are dangerous.
They are dangerous.
I know where you're going with this, and
her opinion might be right. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
It was her opinion. It was absolutely her opinion.
However, that being said, I know what you want me to say.
Monkey cat pat pat. Mark, you seem upset. What's wrong? Dirthy Poo, we love you.
And I'm going to be delicate.
Dirth, is your app fixed yet? Oh, gone.
Good when I say this, because look, these were my friends, right? And I still, to this day, and I've said this on.
No, they weren't your friends. No, you trashed them. You totally trashed them. You're not a friend, Mark. If you were their friend, you wouldn't have done that.
Interviews, I do not harbor any ill will against any of them because everyone's got a price, right? No group is bulletproof.
Karen B, I don't know. She says eatable. Karen's such a kidder. I just love kidding back and forth with her. It's so fun. Like she's got such a good sense of humor. Like, yeah, I love it. I love it, Brent. Karen.
Use the rock concert thing, and I'll get to your point in a second, Brian, which was the rock concert line, I think still applies. If you're standing in a line going to a concert, you've already got your tickets. There are always people walking up line, getting extra tickets, man, getting tickets, you want to sell some tickets, I'm buying tickets.
Mark,
and then eventually he runs into somebody who you didn't think would sell, maybe somebody in your party. I've watched it happen. It's like, yeah, man, how much you selling tickets for? 500, buying tickets for $500. It's like, yeah, man. And he just doesn't even hesitate, just gives them the tickets. It's like, dude, you've been waiting for this concert for 3 months. Yeah, I could use the bread, man. I got stuff I need to buy. And that's what happens. So don't tell me that someone's in bulletproof. That being said, sorry, that's just for me to clarify. I got no ill will against them. I'm confused. I think they're doing really suspicious things.
I'll say it again. When Patricia left, because we talked about it. Yeah. We both agreed. Yeah, that's weird, but okay. Good luck to her.
Right. And again, I've said this. I would love to fight, but I know they can't, which is also part of the suspicious things. If you are compromised, you can never confide in anyone, including your good friends. You can't.
Yeah. So in his Truman Show world, he thinks there's actual people that are, anybody that contradicts him, anybody that escapes the cult is being paid. No, they just saw that it was dumb.
That's just how it works. It's kind of like witness relocation. Once you're in witness relocation, you can't talk to anybody. Ever. If you do, you get in lots of trouble. To your point, though.
Deadpool 2028. Why hasn't Lisbeth been on the show? Where is she? Is she okay?
Patricia say a lot of things about doctors, about how doctors are bad, and you really shouldn't do a lot of things with doctors. Yes, which was interesting because, well, it appeared that she went to doctors on a regular basis for various things that I may or may not be able to prove.
Deleted comment.
Might be able to imply or dance around, if you know what I'm saying. Chat room, you know what I'm saying. Patricia didn't ignore doctors entirely, and you know what I mean when I say that. So there. Is that good enough? Or do you want
getting crowded in here all of a sudden?
Yeah. Do you want to say?
No, I got this place. Hang on. Get claustrophobic.
Oh my gosh, they just keep deleting. They just can't stop deleting.
Get crowded in a doctor's office too.
I hear what you're saying.
No, I get
you. Okay. So
is Jared going right now too?
Because it's probably brightening up my face. The other 2 points, which is to remove all videos that hint to what we were just talking about. So if you ever speculated or implied or did an editorial or gave your opinion, those videos all have to go away when it comes to them. And they're talking about interviews in particular, a Strange World episode we did, which again was super interesting. That's like, okay, we were really good about clarifying this stuff.
Jared's not live right now.
That's the whole point. That's how you got away with it. That's how all of a sudden nobody realized until it was too late that 4 content creators just walked away from Flat Earth after 10 years. Not suspicious at all. So those have to come down, right? Yeah. Which I'm absolutely not going to do. Anyway, sorry, the first bullet point, I'm going to say it's not going to happen. I'm going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it.
That Mark, it's not a criminal case, Mark. It's civil. There isn't jail on the other end of this, Mark, you idiot. Oh my gosh. You have zero idea about what you're talking about.
I would love to see it try.
Oh, Jack Zone. Oh, it was gone. Durst app is leaking. That is Dearth doing that, right? That's an active cover-up. That's what makes it worse. That's what makes it potentially worse for Dearth. He's actively covering up the leak.
You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it. Sorry, point number 3.
Hakeem Sher-Wallace says so much deletion. First Amendment is dead here.
And this is where, because I've seen, I know this is Patricia's signature right here. Make an apology video. So stop implying anything. Stop being suspicious. Stop making videos the same doing something suspicious.
Deleted.
And then make an apology video that
the app still leaks, as a matter of fact, says Just Jay.
retracts every suspicious thing you've ever thought and leave it on your channel forever.
That won't last.
That can't be done.
Let's see.
In fact,
You
that
gotta
would
get
be
it, Dirthy?
the national feed for, are you kidding me? Even suggesting it is unbelievable. Because
Oh, it's still there, Dirth. You're
How would you
slipping.
qualify an apology video? How many versions of an apology video could be said? By the way, that's one of the things you're never, ever supposed to do on the internet is apologize for anything, right? When it comes to content. Never, ever apologize for something. You stick
Dirth
to your
is
freaking
missing.
guns.
Dirth is letting it go.
He never really did back down on anything. Still don't like him. So those 3 things alone are absolutely, again, goes into free speech, goes into censorship, goes into definitions of social media content, the vagary. Plus, again, what I mentioned in the first part, defamation. Let's break down the defamation side here really quick, guys.
Right
Which is, defamation means that you have to prove malice, that I wanted to destroy you. I absolutely do not wish, and I have said this in how many interviews, because I got into Flat Earth, I will never do anything malicious.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Why do people troll, says Dan Cushley. And Dearth says, Satan. Dearth, you're not a religious person. Dearth, your religion is money, right? And what's Satan to you then? Satan is not having money or having your money taken away.
To anyone ever again, gun to my head. I don't want to destroy anybody. Now, will I defend myself? Sure. But I won't go out and, do a cold-blooded murder. Anything like that won't happen. So you have to prove that I'm doing it from malicious intent, which I don't, especially since Patricia and I...
Daryl Kimmel, I renounced Flat Earth and NASA gave me a used lunar rover.
Thing. And all 3 of us were, Robbie and Paul and I were friends. Paul just blows me away, by the way, because we hung out in the Northwest during meetups and we did stuff together in international conferences. Never had a bad word to say to each other. Anyway, I'll throw one more about Jay. Let's talk about Jay really fast, because he's gone on these amazing rants.
Jared.
Up until this happened, Jay and I had never had a disparaging word between us ever. Now, apparently, I'm the worst liar in the world.
Well, yeah, you are, Mark. You are a liar. He saw that.
How? How does that happen? Without a phone call? Without anything? Hey, maybe we should talk. Hey, I think you might be blowing out of proportion. Hey, I'm having a problem with blah, blah, blah. Nope. None of that happened. And all of them did the exact same thing.
Gareth Peterson, it's not free speech here. This is Mark's channel. Add something positive to the conversation. Just listen. Trolls will be instantly removed. Correct. Mark gets to censor people on his channel if he wants, or his mods can censor people. It's not about free speech. It's about censorship. And if you want to pretend that you're against censorship, you can't censor people.
Okay.
Although I do remember you didn't like Logan Paul and said some things about Logan Paul.
You did. I did, but I'm going to save that for court. There's some things about Logan Paul.
Well, then you got to retract what you just said, man.
No. I'm
doing this for, let me tell you, I've been in court a couple times. You got to be able to tell people the truth about Logan Paul, and you're very fixated on that now.
I will. I absolutely will. If that's the case, thank you, Randy. And
you're welcome.
Logan, I have called him one of the blights of the internet. I think he makes America look bad. He makes people look bad. I never really.
Especially over here.
Especially over there, which I don't want to talk about yet because I want to save that.
Yeah, the Logan Paul only did one thing funny ever. Trolling the convention.
But again, trying to establish credibility for Logan Paul on the witness stand. Let's circle back to me being on the witness stand. Let's cut to it, shall we?
Oh boy.
Which is, here's my stance on this. Not only am I not going to do any of these things, please play this for your attorney. Please, because he's going to have to clue you in on a few things when it comes to the logistics of what you're talking about here.
Because Mark is so knowledgeable about the law, he's gotten advice from Austin Whitsitt, who is, of course, legally adept.
Do you really want to put me on the witness stand? You want me to be cross-examined?
Yeah, that won't be a problem.
Lawyers that think they're so clever?
Yes, they're more clever than you, Mark. You're dumb.
Really? Do you really want to put me on?
My gosh, listen to his ego.
On the stand against these guys and let me talk about Flat Earth to a jury? Me, one of the nicest guys you could ever meet?
One of the most manipulative people you'll ever meet.
Wink and a smile. Do you really want to put me on the stand? Again,
wow,
it's a team sport. You want to put me up against you?
The narcissism here. Wow.
You three? I know. Granted, Patricia might be able to hold her own on the stand.
Oh my gosh,
Robbie?
This isn't, you're not debating them. It's not, oh my gosh, this guy's ego. I can't believe it. The arrogance.
Wait. It ain't happening, man. You're going to have to be... Wow. That's Randy doing his impression of Robbie. Yeah. Robbie would have the problem because remember, biblical cosmology, that was the thing.
mean.
And poor Paul, I don't even know if he could do it. Look, I mean, Paul is so far out there. It's like, why did you bring him in? He's the wrong guy to. And again, by the way, don't think I didn't notice that you basically solidified the relationship between you three by listing you all on the same class.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, Mark. Your ego is dripping all over the floor there. You got to sop it up. It's a mess.
Action suit. Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. Let's get into the money aspect of it.
Oh,
remember,
okay.
This was one letter that was sent to me, 1 out of 3. Right? You're trying to do. Sorry, I said wrong. It's not class action. It's just those 3 against a single person. But it's those 3 going after a single person, 3 different instances.
Yes.
So you're going to have to run 3 court cases. Right? Defamation cases against 3 people.
So?
Not just me, but 2 others.
So?
We're looking at, I'm going to play conservatively because defamation suits are notoriously one of the hardest things to prove, and they cost a ton of money.
You know this because you're legally adept.
And they take long. So we're going to say minimum 9 months. Minimum 9 months. Maybe even a year if it's going to turn into a celebrity case with...
What celebrity? You don't need to call them in.
With again, play this for your attorney, or hell, in a jury at this point. You play this for a jury. So 12 months, it more or less. We'll round it up.
It'd probably take a day.
12 months per case. You can't run them consecutively. Well, I mean, sorry, you can't run them simultaneously.
Of course,
because
you're
talking 3 different juries, 3 different judges.
As if everything happens on the same day in different states. What the hell is it's a pre-trial, trial, meeting this, meeting that. They're all staggered all over the place, and it's a different lawyer in each one. And why do you think that all of these people would? Oh my gosh, it's just he lives in this fantasy world. Everything's TV shows. It's like he's watched Jag or something, or whatever legal TV show. He's like all of the pre-trial hearings are going to be on the same day. How could they do that? Well, they all have lawyers, individual lawyers in every state. How could they do that? They couldn't be at the same time. Yes, they can. My gosh, Mark.
3 different venues. To Brian's point, where is it happening, by the way?
In the state of the person that is being listed on the cease and desist in the lawsuit. One would be in Washington, one in Connecticut, and whatever armpit that Marty Leeds lives in.
Where's it going to be? I'm suspecting you're going to try to do it from Houston because I think that's how this whole thing started.
I think it's going to be on the people.
My gosh, Mark, the person that filed the suit that sent you the cease and desist is in Washington, Mark. The same state you're in. Think about that, Mark. My gosh. You're so dumb. You're so okay.
Court. Judge Judy, Judge Brown.
Oh, he's so dumb.
We
can get over here, Judge Nokiyaka.
And we're talking low 6 figures per case.
How do you know?
So we'll round it. We'll say 200,000 a case, and that's being nice, right? Depending on what sort of law firm you're talking about, right? Who's paying for this?
How do you know, Mark?
This is the part where I'm not poking here, but let's call it what it is. Robbie's not gonna be able to afford that. He's got like 19 kids. Paul, hell no. I happen to know full well he can't afford this. Trisha might be able to afford it, but why would she front for the other guys, right? We're talking $200,000 a case for 3 cases.
What did the fake dearth say? Did it get deleted? Yeah, it's gone. I need to know what the fake dearth said. I didn't see it.
And we'll throw one more instance in here for you. I can see if I can push some buttons. You ready?
Oh,
you're going to have to run them consecutively.
Why?
So who's first?
Why?
You know who I want to be
Why
first.
would they have to be consecutive?
I wonder.
Me. I want me. Please, I am begging you. If you're going to do...
Why would they have to be... Why would they... What the hell is weird? Oh my gosh.
This and that order. Remember, you got to pick one. Remember, because if you lose the first one, it's over. You might as well not even bother.
Icy Spin says, my app leaks more than Uranus after a night of Indian street food. That's what the fake turd said. Love it.
Other with the other two, because then you're talking about precedent, right? So please, if you're going to do this, pick me first. I want to do this first. I want to, God, it's like I've waited my whole life to be on a freaking stand to be cross-examined. That's what I want. I want to go up against you three. Not in any sort of...
It will have nothing to do with Flat Earth. None of it will have to do with Flat Earth. He thinks that he gets to go on the stand and then just have it be a soapbox for proselytizing his dumb cult.
A malicious way whatsoever. I just want to go toe to toe. Let's do this. You think
that's not what it will be? You aren't going toe to toe with this. It's going to be you, somebody that doesn't understand the law, versus somebody that understands the law. That's like you going against somebody that understands physics. You don't understand physics. You would never face me in a live debate. It would be embarrassing for you. I would love to do it on your channel. Mark, you would never do it. You would never face me because you'd lose people.
Think you can outwitness me? Please.
Oh,
who's got more to lose?
gosh.
I'm guessing it's you. Any of you. And you know it. So
well, we do. That's the thing. You do have a point there, Mark. You live with your mommy. You don't have anything to lose. You drive an old car. You sleep in a bed in your mommy's house. Your mommy cooks you dinner. You have no assets. You have no job. You have no career, no future, no nothing, no accomplishments in life. Yeah, you don't have anything to lose. That's a good point. Other than the adoration of your idiot cult.
Oh, what are you going to do there? And I don't think it. So let's come back down to reality for a second. Just for a second. Let's take it down a notch.
I thought he already did this.
What I still think is this letter and the other two like it. I think they were just not even warning shots. They were warning shots in the dark. They didn't even know where the freaking boat was. Boat wasn't even in range. And it was just a way to throw out something, not even a fishing excursion.
Shifty's comments are gold. Oh my gosh, Shifty, that's great.
It was just to see what sort of reaction you might get. I'm telling you right now, I'm the nice one of...
Ooh, Mr. E-Man hasn't been blocked yet. Says, have you checked your email yet?
The three.
Ooh, he says.
I'm the one that said, yeah, let's do it. Let's go forward. Let's. Where's it going to be? Are you flying me out to Houston? Are we doing local? We doing?
It'll be in Washington there, because that's where the lawyer is that sent it to you. Oh, he's such an idiot.
Zoom calls from Seattle. How are we doing this? I'm sorry. One other thing, and Brian, don't let me forget stuff if you can think of it. But isn't Robbie Davidson a Canadian citizen? Does he have dual citizenship? Because if he's Canadian, doesn't that make a completely different thing? What's the rules there? I mean, should he even be part of the same group that's coming after us? If that's the case, I don't think you can do it. But
where's the lawyer at? Mark, where's the lawyer?
Maybe he does. Who knows? Maybe. But I think what happened was, and I'm speculating here. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
And hey, you know what? It's April 1st. So who's going to take it seriously anyway, right? I can get away with it. But apparently, from what I heard, if you make a video on April 1st, it can't even be admitted in court. I just made that up. So it's a rumor. But you know what I mean. My thought is if Patricia went in to her Houston lawyer friend that she's talked about many a time.
Wait! You're speculating.
I am speculating. Yes, I am. I am speculating.
Sergeant speculation. Here we go.
She went in there. She didn't know what was going to, she didn't like what was being spread out there, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. And so she came up with the demands, cut a deal. It's like, what's it going to cost me to send out 3 of these things? So, by the way, sending out 3 is dumb. You should have just sent out 1. At least it would have been taken more seriously. And, maybe $1,000 for the 3. Billable.
How does he know any of these things? All right, let's see here. Yeah. The Wilson Elser that sent it out has a Washington office. There you go. That's who sent it out. They have a Washington office. Why?
Hours, maybe cut you a deal, and then fire these things out there. But in doing so, you've opened up a can of things that you can't pull back from. You can't undo this. You can't unring this bell necessarily, even though legally it has no ramifications whatsoever. So what are you going to do now? I don't think you're going to do anything, and here's why. Brian and I were talking about this before the show.
Ooh, let's hear.
Randy was thinking about while he was walking through Tokyo, or at least one of the parts of Tokyo. Looks good, by the way.
I don't even know where I'm at now, man. I've lost my way.
That's perfect.
It all looks the same now. None of it's reading.
Yeah, Shifty Eye Shady. Why would it cost Patricia Steer anything if NASA paid for her car? NASA not paying for her lawyers, but pays for her car? That's where all this falls apart. If they got sweet NASA money, then none of this would be an issue. They don't have any financial challenges in this. The fact that you are talking about the financial challenges that you think they might have is proof that it wasn't NASA that paid them. That it's proof that they are not shills that got paid millions of dollars to leave Flat Earth. You moron.
Which is
hey,
okay. Go ahead. The very word defamation means that, defame, right? When you left Flat Earth, you all burned stuff down in your channel, right? Paul was already gone. Defamation means nothing to Paul. His channel had been basically empty for pushing 4 years. Robbie Davidson, when he left, changed his logo, changed his.
It has nothing to do with your reputation within the Flat Earth community. That's what he's talking about right now. Defamation is they've been accused of breaking the law through SEC and being investigated by the SEC. It's nothing to do with their channel. This is how much Mark is in this fantasy world. The only thing that he thinks matters, the only thing that matters to him is reputation within the Flat Earth pond.
His mission statement. I got all the old mission statements, which were biblical. Now they're not. And he deleted hundreds of videos in the process. Crippling anything that was going on there. And he did it, by the way, he blindsided the Christian community.
Who cares?
Think that's going to play well to the jury, by the way. It's like, hey, just walk away from the church while you're...
It has nothing to do. The jury won't care about that.
We're at it. Biblical cosmology, people looking to you for the church side of Flat Earth. No, I'm just gone. No.
The jury won't be made up of Flat Earthers that are biblical cosmologists.
Warning, no discussion. Yeah, that
if there's a jury.
That's a good look. And then Patricia blows out her channel. There's no content on it at all. Don't get me started on Jay, because Jay deleted 7 years worth of content, over 1,000 videos. I don't even know why the channel's even up right now, other than to stir the pot. I know I can't say a fact, can I? I know deep in my heart that he's in the worst shape of them all, and he's just the puppet strings. No offense, Randy. The puppet strings are working overtime on Jay. So
who's working overtime?
The loss of reputation. I don't even know.
So Jaren has had some good success since he came back. He's had some pretty hot live streams, some pretty good videos going. I mean, I don't know how his finances are at all, but it looks to me like it's not a desert, at least.
I know what you're talking about. You were all of you were Flat Earth. Again, Jay doesn't count because he's not going to file, and he's never going to file. And by the way, why is that, you guys? Why he's bigger than you guys? Why isn't he on your little thing? Oh, right, because of that, which we can't talk about in this channel because there's kids watching, I'm sure.
Well, remember, if he got lots of money for doing it, then he could do it.
So you started out as Flat Earth content makers. Let's get to the real meat of this, which is your Flat Earth content makers. And you're thinking of suing because the Flat Earth community didn't like the way you left Flat Earth.
No, that's not why. Oh my gosh. It's nothing to do with it. How wrong he is there. That's his entire world is the Flat Earth community. That's all he cares about. That's what he thinks only anybody else cares about.
Do you even understand how that sounds? That's almost as bad as, and Brian will remember this, when Matt Boylan, after Behind the Curve came out, called up all these attorneys and left voicemails over a weekend, and no one, and then he made a rant video and saying, because remember, he accused the Flat Earth community of stealing the concept of Flat Earth from him, and he left voicemails to that effect on law firms' voice, all these different offices.
I didn't know that.
Oh God, it was great. And he's like, I called 14 different offices and telling them that they stole Flat Earth from me, and no one would call me back, and I don't understand why. Now,
and Boylan is the opposite. Oh my gosh.
Crazy as that sounds, and I mean, honestly, that's a Christmas party message that you're going to play back to people. As crazy as that sounds, is it any less crazy what you just put together in this letter?
Oh, Astro Kate Sathik says Mark should change his stream title to "How to Make Your Future Lawyer Upset at You." I hope Mark keeps speaking his truth.
If you move forward and put a more formal version of this in front of a judge, forget about the money. The fact that it would cost $200,000 a case, and you would be in court for years, a year for each person.
It would only cost a lot. The only way to make it to last a long time is if both sides have lawyers that are willing to go do it. Mark, you don't have any money. when they file something, who on your side is going to reply? You. Are you gonna, maybe you could call up David Kane Sav SSUM, right? You could ask him to be your right, or maybe Witspit. Maybe he could be the one, right? Who's gonna be dragging it out from your side? Nobody.
Going after, at least, right? Forget about all that. Will you be able to forget about the jury selection? How are you going to fit? How are you going to pick the jury? How are you going to get? What are you going to qualify the juries for? If people are into conspiracies, do you want them or you do not want them? Do people that never didn't? You'll have to come up with a battery of questions that's never been come up with before. No,
they're going to have to find out if people think that saying that you did things that you didn't do is a defamation. It's not about flat Earth.
It's never happened, right?
Forget about the countersuit.
Oh my gosh. What countersuit?
Which I won't do, but the other two people, which I'm not going to name here, you really think they're going to go quietly into that good night?
Yeah, they're not going to file a countersuit.
No, because a shot across the bow still spooks people, right? It pisses some people off.
What countersuit are they going to do? What are they going to do? Are they going to say that those three have said things about Dearth or Marty Leeds? They've been silent. What countersuit? You've got nothing. You can't say, oh, they said bad things about me, because they didn't say anything. Oh my gosh.
In pirate days, a shot across the bow, they're coming at you. So don't think it's something innocent. It's not.
Oh my god.
So where are you going to go with this? Where
it's so bad.
Putting all those things I've just mentioned, plus the judge. A judge has to look at this and say, and look at the magnitude of what you're asking for, to ignore free speech.
Has nothing to do with free speech.
Embrace censorship.
And here's the other thing too. So let's say this is the internet, right?
Right.
How many people are going to restream this video or clips of it or parts of it?
Quite a bit.
Are they going to have to go after all of them?
Exactly. Good point. Do you have the authority? And that opens up, thank you, Brian.
No.
That opens up a massive can of worms. The people that I interview with, right, that I've talked about this with.
Oh my gosh.
And you guys can find it on my channel. Those
his ego.
Were reprints from their channels. Do you have the authority to go to their channels and take those down? Is it all encompassing? Because the Pandora's box that you open up here.
No. It's only the venues that you control, of course.
Here. Oh, it's just mind-numbing what you could do with that. You could start, which is why it's never happened. You could blanket, knock out. That's why you everything's done beforehand, right? That's why you have copyright stuff that's put in place or community guideline things that are
James Andrew Morrison said, this is hilarious, like watching children plan a bake heist.
Put in place. You can't go after the fact, say, he said something mean about me or something I didn't like, and it doesn't happen. Which is also, by the way, why, it's kind of related, which is when it comes to movies and or documentaries, especially documentaries, you have to sign a release form before the movie gets made. Because what they learned a long, long time ago was if you don't, the person that was in the movie, if they watched the movie, it's like, I don't like the way I was portrayed. You need to change it. And you have no recourse in that case, right? So, which is why you...
Well, yeah, you of course, here's the thing. If you have a problem with how a documentary portrayed you, in order to take action, you'd have to get a lawyer, pay a lawyer, have them file suit. That costs money, right?
Sign off ahead of time and say, you approve anything that we do. So anyway, yeah, a judge, if he looks at this, and again, forget about the free speech and the censorship and all the stuff, and the apology part is absolutely ridiculous. You can't force an apology from anyone. We're not talking about
They're not forcing, they're asking, hey, would you do this?
John Cena apologizing for saying that Taiwan was a country. You can't. That's a whole nother thing. He did that voluntarily because his sponsors are like, dude, you got to say that Taiwan, that you respect the Chinese government, right? Forget about that. The apology video you can't even do. You throw in the flat Earth because it's all about a flat Earth case. That changes the entire tone of the case, and it delves into fringe.
It's not a flat Earth case. It's a defamation case. None of the things that they talked about were about flat Earth.
Beforehand, even without that, it's a free speech case, censorship case. It might as well be a newspaper or a magazine versus something. You throw flat Earth in there, then it becomes free speech mixed with conspiracy.
They didn't throw it in there, though.
How do you even... a judge would just be shaking his head looking at this, which is why... Sorry, this is my appeal. And we still got some time left, and then I want to look at stuff in the chat. This is my last part of my rant. I'm sorry.
He's going to look at the chat.
This is why
Get ready.
I couldn't have you there, because I know you'd be walking me back as many times as you could. I know you.
Is this where I'm supposed to get the duct tape and put on your mouth?
No, because I'm almost done.
Okay.
With my rants, which is, if you move forward with this, it is a logistical nightmare on all fronts. There is nothing easy about this case at all.
And that letter scared the crap out of Mark. He's scared to death. His knees are knocking under the telephone right now.
Absolutely. Well, no, because look, I've dealt with enough. Look, I've done with legal things. Hey, by the way, that'll be your open disclosure. You get me on the stand. Are you a federal criminal? Yes, I am. What'd you do? I made fireworks during college. That's how I open. That's my opening paragraph when somebody comes up to me, because you're going to have to establish my backstory. Okay, sure. It's like, are you a criminal? Yeah. That's why Strange World #1 was called Fireworks 10 years ago. I made no secret of that.
I don't. What's that have to do with anything? It doesn't.
Doxed myself when anything I ever do. So if you go down this road, and it is a quagmire of issues. It is difficult, and which is why, again, this is appeal. Tricia, if you're going to play this for your lawyer friend, might as well skip to this part.
His ego,
lawyer guy. I forgot your name.
His lack of just his imagination that he understands this is amazing.
She's mentioned you several times.
Johnny Law.
There you go, Johnny Law. Talk her out of it. I'll give you a quick story. There was a gaming company I worked for back in the day. They were out of the developer was out of Tokyo, where I think Randy is now, and they were having an issue with us, so they wanted to take us to court. And they went to the biggest law firm in Denver, and they said, "Can we win?" That's what they said. One of the things you do not do. You don't go to a law firm and leave it that open-ended. And I know it's partly a cultural thing. It's like, can we win? What do you think?
You can always win.
There you go, Brian. You can always win. Yeah, you could win.
Got to pay to play. Got to pay to play.
Okay.
Got to pay to play.
There you go.
Are you guys hungry?
They gave them a whole ton of money. You know what happened? They lost. They didn't have a chance. We were squeaky clean, and the accusations were absolutely ridiculous. But they didn't know.
So it was a company versus a company. In this instance, it's somebody versus a Mark Sargent who lives with his mommy and has no actual, career.
I mean, there was an issue. Our president had communications issues with the lead developer. And I could see the whole thing devolving, and there's nothing I could do to stop it. I was too young. Johnny Law. Thank you for the name, Randy.
You're welcome.
By the way, you look
Johnny, I can't find your legs. Johnny, I can't find your legs. Better grow some.
That's a
Chris the German spy says, just sit back and watch him dig his hole. Maybe you should FedEx him a nice shovel. Brenda Debate says, Mark can ask Roger to get in his GoFundMe. Oh, Roger Ledwell. Oh my gosh, yes. Larry Scott says, does Mark think that this will be bigger than Scope's monkey trial? Like Witzett's Supreme Court case was or wasn't?
Rambo reference, by the way.
That's right.
Johnny Law, if you're talking to Patricia, please be honest with her and tell her the nightmare that this case would be.
Johnny,
please
get some legs. This better grow some legs.
Please.
So it wasn't who you're saying it was. It was a different law firm or a different guy, right? You can read the name of the guy that signed it. It's not John, whatever you're saying. Philip Beretta says marriage when dating goes too far. So I gotta catch up a couple here. King Cruz says, hi, I'm MC Toon and I will drive Crew's book to Miami because Crew is awesome. Did you want me to say that? Here, I'll say that this way. Hi, I'm MC Toon and I will drive Crew's book to Miami because I am awesome. I mean, Crew is awesome. Crew's awesome. Huge Arse is interesting that the guest with demonstrably the most brains is in the top left. Meat Permits Tad says Randy is his lawyer. Yes. Isotter74 says battleships targeting machines account for both the curve and Coriolis. Yes. So if he's actually a master gunner, he would have had to deal with that. Isotter74 says, for goodness sake, Mark, get a microphone stand. No, he loves to hold a ball right up near his mouth. I don't know. It's his thing. It's what he's into. Philip Beretta says, I looked into Flat Earth University degrees, only $47.50. I figure if I get it now, I'll be prepared for the toilet paper shortage next pandemic. The problem is you might get a paper cut on your bottom face. The Gorn captain says they change their minds, let them alone, you creep. And of course, that's the whole thing. They would have just walked away. If you said nothing, that would have been it. Patricia would have peace out, right? If you said nothing to Paul on the plane, he would have said peace out. If you said nothing to Robbie, I don't know, maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. He's not making content now. Maybe Robbie would have peaced out. But no, you all had to go and start attacking like a cult does. The Gorn captain says Death Sap is leakier than a dollar store diaper. Oh my gosh. Yes. William Foley says Mark exhibits such a junior high girl vibe. Yep. Rick Tubit says if only Dearth was as tight as with his app as he was with the chat. Yeah, that's the thing. Dearth won't let anything leak out of that chat, but he will let data leak out of the app. Addicted to Gaming says, I sort of wish I'd used Earth's app. I know there's flirts near me. I want to know who they are so I control them. P.S. I'll bet $1,000 that Mark stole Patricia's panties. Shh. No. But you don't need to use Dirt's app to find out the people near you. It leaks that data anyway. Icy Spin says, I'm Boater 69. I'm saying fun nonsensical isms in the chat. Nerd Alert says, is Mark going to call the shady Dirth coin a scam or do a double standards apply? Rhetorical question, of course. Yes, of course. The rug pull. Dave has said that he wants the scam coin, that the crypto coin that he made to earn him enough money to retire on beaches. That's what he said. It's what he wants it to do. Jack Fetter says, how does a guy with 4 times the subscriber count you have only have half the number in his live chat? Is this a typical derp he spews? I see why. I think this is probably one of his higher viewer count. All right, let's listen again to what he's saying here.
Tell her because
we don't get too far behind.
You're not being honest with her. It is or Patricia.
Wait up.
Get it. Stop chasing her. Stop chasing her. So there you go, guys. There's my very, very long rant. I'm sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat. Is there anything that So sorry, there's Rebecca. Mark, I get the emotional need to rant, but spend time with Jesus praying for your accusers. Look, again, I got no beef with the accusers. I don't. These were, again, we're friends of mine. I did conferences with Robbie for years.
Yes, you do.
Patricia, more than friends. And then,
you would have said that if you didn't.
Together and all that stuff. And Paul, no problem with Paul. Jaron, we were colleagues more than anything. He kept to himself. He did his own thing. Anyway, so is there any other questions that I don't know if Brian's been looking through the list? Yeah, more than friends. Carl, you didn't know? We dated briefly. That was the whole point of Behind the Curve, the documentary. That was
you and Jaron dated?
Yes, Jaron and I dated.
What?
It was awkward. Patricia and I dated. That was Behind the Curve. That was like
my wife wants to know why you didn't teach him how to play poker, because she keeps saying she beat Jaron in poker in Dallas.
That's right.
No, that term means something completely else, from what I understand.
No, it doesn't, Randy.
Brian's wife beat the hell out of Jaron in poker in Dallas. I remember they were all up in the room. That was a great conference. I love that conference.
It was. Put on some fun conferences.
They
were all up there. He was up there having a good time.
Mark need delete laws to help with this court case. That is terrible English. I don't even know what that is. Are there any questions that maybe I haven't covered? I'm scanning through chat.
He needs delete laws. Oh, that's so funny.
Randy is in Tokyo right now.
Yeah.
He's walking through the streets of Tokyo. It is raining. It is nighttime. And it's brilliant. I love that effect.
You know what's going down tonight, though?
What?
Everybody's going to Wang Chung tonight.
Oh, God.
I would just like to add for the chat, next week you'll get back to flat Earth stuff, right?
Yeah, we'll definitely go back to flat Earth next week.
This was just about a cease and desist letters that are going out.
Yeah, by the way, no, I had to get this rant out because I want to be transparent with it. I do not want the rumor mill, because I know our rumor mill. It's not great. The telephone game in our community can blur things pretty fast. So I want to get that out there. I do not think this is going to move forward because and I've got mixed feelings about it. If it moves forward, it'll turn into the biggest media boon for flat Earth you have ever seen. It will be awesome. That there is, will not. I don't care if you try to put a cap on mainstream. Mainstream media will not be able to ignore this.
Can we get Alex Michael to write the score?
How? You won't be able to put up a meaningful defense because you don't have the money to do it, Mark.
Yes, I think we can.
I think we should.
I absolutely think we can. I mean, do you really think that Jimmy
I'll go to Spain.
is not going to be able to jump on this, especially if Logan Paul's involved? Howard Stern's team, kind of a side thing, but still.
None of them will be there.
If it moves forward, I will keep you apprised of it. I'd be happy to. I'm absolutely not kidding, by the way. If anyone wants the original, please email me with what forget about money. Interesting trades. I will trade this for something interesting.
Somebody get it.
And again, if this moves forward to court, this is an investment. This could turn out to be a freaking piece of gold right here.
No, it won't.
I don't think it's going to. But
it won't be worth anything.
Why not? I haven't even opened it. It's still sealed in the FedEx letter.
We should open it with a samurai sword.
Yeah, well, I mean, samurai sword was an interesting example, but I wouldn't necessarily turn it down. If you guys have something fun that you want to trade it for, by all means.
No, I'm serious. I'll get one. I'll here. I'll bring it back and I'll open it.
One of my mods says, Mark, do you need me to call in and set everyone straight? Nah, don't worry about it. We're good.
No, you can make an apple cake and send it in.
I don't, by the way, Coffee Troll, thank you, Coffee Troll, even though he's deleted, but it's a troll. Mark loves the drama? Not necessarily, but I love the opportunity that this could do for Flat Earth.
COVID's over.
This would make other stuff we have done pale in significance. A Flat Earth celebrity
such an ego.
Where Patricia, again, the drama is built in. It's baked in. Patricia, former co-host, former love interest of Behind.
Oh, somebody came in as me, created a fake account for me, says I challenge you all to a debate. Deleted.
Sues Mark because she leaves the show and goes against Flat Earth. I couldn't have written that. That's brilliant.
No, it will be Mark defamed them. It has nothing to do with Flat Earth.
And by the way, for all the people that said, this is all part of some giant, massive psyop within a psyop, get real. At one point, because in doing that, you're destroying people in the process. These 4 people are never coming back. Just so you know, they're gone. They're never coming back. This is an April Fool's thing. This isn't like a long con. No, they're gone. They're not coming back. And sorry to the questions for other people. Do I think they were all compromised?
Oh, Lowry says, I'll debate. My fee is $1,000. I'll be your Huckleberry. Well, Lowry, as the case, I accept my fee is also $1,000 as it happens. So I'll be happy to debate you, Lowry. we can figure out how to exchange the $1,000 there.
In the beginning. No, I don't. But at the same time, what can I like Patricia, for example? Do I believe that she came in?
All right, for the poll, if you ever were in the chat, the yes/no poll of whether or not you were in the chat, if you ever were and were banned, that's a yes.
9 months ago, just to get out. Yes, I do. And if she could fake it brilliantly, by the way, gold star Patricia, fake it for 9 months and nobody figured it out.
Can I say it?
The what?
Can I say it?
Yep.
I told you.
Yep, you did. When she came back, Brian messaged me, and it's like, you sure? But at the same time, it's like, why would I suspect the worst case scenario? It's like, it's not like she's coming back as part of a multi-asset operation.
To be clear, I wasn't saying it was a shill, a troll, or a side.
I know.
I was just saying because of the last couple of times she had left, she doesn't seem to be able to take
criticism.
Yes, I'm not.
No, I got you.
I mean, she left with,
So
she said
anyway, let's see if there's anything else in chat that. See, she faked it the first time too when she left and wrote a book about her flat. Well, no, she didn't. Gregory May. She didn't write a book about her flat earth problems. I actually hung out with that particular author, that woman. I can't remember her name. I think it was called Over the Edge. If I'm not mistaken, they dedicated an entire chapter to Patricia because it was a woman writing the book, and she thought that was very important to focus on Patricia's journey.
Kelly Weil is what you're thinking about. I got the book over here. No, that's not it. Patricia wrote a book. A third party actually wrote the book. That's, I think, what they're talking about.
No, that wasn't fake. What happened with Antonio was unfortunate, and Antonio dying later was not good. But no, she was out. She was absolutely freaking out. And then again, apparently she and Robbie and Paul got bored and started selling crypto, and that did not go well. So, yes, and I know. But look, I had said since the beginning, Patricia was different. She was different than just about everybody. She was unique in that I always called her like an alien robot because she didn't do some of the stuff she didn't make sense to me. I still liked her. She was still fun to talk to, and we talked all the time about stuff. But and even now. All right, mods, please help out in chat. And I'm sorry, I couldn't get slow-mo to turn on from here. I think I have to have slow-mo done from inside the thing, and I wasn't going to mess up the stream. Take a chance. It's slowed down now. I think we're fine. Anything else that's... what about you, Randy? You got any thoughts about anything in particular?
Well, I'm going to say a couple things. I've been trying to keep my mouth closed because I don't want everybody over things. After all the information, Joe Brown has
nobody cares.
The security aspect of it and the high drama of it. My goal at this point is to get a puppet testimony admitted in court.
They're going to have to fly me back, man. I'm getting ready to start a show over here.
Oh, my gosh.
Which means, at the very least, you would use snippets from this, and you would have to play this in front of a jury. This right here, the three of us.
Maybe I can sit next to Jake Bird.
No, it wouldn't. Oh my gosh.
And then the jury's going to have this moment. It's like, wait a minute. Not only are we talking about flat earth drama, not only are we talking about celebrity guests, but now we've got a Muppet giving testimony.
I'm not a Muppet. Quit, man. You're going to get another cease and desist.
Nice. Oh, it's deleted. Somebody's with my sock account said, deal, my fee is also $1,000 to Lowry. Nice.
I'm going to add this.
What?
It is a system. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
That was easy for you to say.
I know. It's as suspicious as Russia,
yeah.
Or the election.
Right.
It's as suspicious as your dad getting you twice on saying pull my finger.
Or here, you know what? Let's take it a whole nother level. You ready? Which is, it's suspicious that everybody left flat Earth the way they did. What adds to that suspicion is those three people attempting to sue for saying that it was suspicious.
No. They're not suing because you said it was suspicious. This is more manipulation by the master manipulator, narcissist, a scumball liar that Mark is here. It's what you said about them. It's not because you said it was suspicious. It's because you said very specific things. Oh my gosh. Those things that you said that aren't really related to exiting flat Earth. That's what they're saying to stop saying.
That in itself is a whole other layer. You're going to sue without even calling? Okay. How does that work?
That letter is the call.
Work exactly. And again, remember, this would be in front of a jury. Why didn't you call Mark? Why didn't you text Mark? Why?
They did. You're holding that. That's the FedEx envelope. Seriously, Mark.
Aren't you discussing this? Again, an emotional conflict, a crisis of conscience. Why did none of that happen? All of a sudden, and why did all three of you leave at the same time? Why did y'all join into Jay and started defending? Again, remember, Robbie's thing on his channel right now is posts. Half of them are defending Jay. Why?
Jaron.
He didn't even like him.
Jaron.
Why is he defending him?
Because he's right.
Absolutely freaking mad. Anyway, oh yeah, by the way, I was reading Andy here. The chat room will be in there too. Just so you guys know, the chat room will be in the if this gets played in court. I hope it gets played in court. Bottom line, and I know we're gonna wrap this up here pretty soon.
Yeah.
I don't want it to go to court because I think it would be a waste of money and resources, officially, objectively. But at the same time, from the flatter side of things, anything to move the community forward, and I think this would be awesome because the potential for cross media generation would be huge, and you'd be paying for it. And by that I mean the people that are listed in this. It's not gonna be me. I guarantee you that. So if you want to pay, you want to buy, hell, you might as well
you would have to pay for it, Mark.
Money and just buy subs and hits and likes for the top 20 flat Earth channels and be done with it. That'd probably be safer because what you're going to do with this would be.
Mark, you would have to pay. You would have to defend yourself. If you do it pro se by yourself, it's not going to go well.
It makes me smile just thinking about it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. It is so wrong. It became right again. That's how far it went. Okay, I'm done. I'm through. I know we're out of time, and I know I've talked a lot. Thank you, chat room, for everything. Brian, you got any parting words?
No, it's suspicious. I don't know why.
We'll be back next week. Thank you. Love what you bring to the show. But when my former co-host, couple last things. Remember, everybody in the chat room, I'm only one of 3 people. There's 2 other people that have to address this one way or the other. I think they're going to do it quietly and more seriously than I am.
Which, by the way, the letter was the exact same for the other 2, minus they just changed the name.
Right. Almost identical. But yes, it is the letters they got were.
Yep.
I mean,
why would they need to be different?
Well, again, it's.
Or is that a plannerism?
It is.
Wait, that's speculation.
And words of advice for anybody out there that ever gets a letter along cease and desist, just ignore it, because it means nothing until you get sued. You haven't been sued. You'll know when you get sued. And if it happens, great. Looking forward to it. I will. If it happens, I will run special streams outside of Strange World. That and you guys can ask all the questions you want. I will read what I can in chat later. Thank you guys for the mods for hitting everybody that you could. You did a nice job.
Thank you to mods for censoring people. That's what he's saying.
And that's about it. So next week we will be back here, same flat time, same flat channel. I believe the guest, Mark Gober, is that pronouncing it right? I think he was supposed to be on this week. We'll have him on next week to talk about flat earth stuff, and he'll be firing off wonderful flat earth knowledge. And then after that, I think we do some other stuff. The lineup
will be DJ Curious be gone? Is he dipping out?
Looks pretty solid. So I'm
looking good, baby.
Randy, do you have any parting words?
Yeah.
For walking. Oh, same flat time, same flat channel. I've got to actually at the end. So it's still visible.
All right. So now they're gonna play air drums and look really dumb. Yep. All right. There you go, Mark. Get out there you go. Nobody ever looked cool playing air drums ever in all of history. Air drums are not cool. Lawrence Morgan says MC Toon about to cry himself to sleep with Jarenton. Why would I cry? This is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious. All right. Enough of that. Oh my gosh. Mark. Oh. All right. How many people were in his chat? Let's see. Yeah, it's a couple people answered incorrectly. That's okay. So we had of 200 people, 199. Yes, 34%. So about double that. So about 65, 67, 68, somewhere in there. People were in the chat. Very nice. You kept Dirth busy. I'm sure he's going to have a little tennis finger for blocking so many people so fast. So well done, everybody. Well done. They the banning was hilarious. Of course, Dirth is involved in an active cover-up to try to stop people from from realizing that his app is leaking. Not a good look. Not a good look to be actively covering up the leak. Typically, what is required in different jurisdictions is to inform people of the leak, not to cover up the leak. So the fact that he's covering it up is opposite what's mandatory. For example, in the state of New York, if there is if data is leaked from a service of some sort, you have 30 days to inform people. Now, the leak happened in October. It was published, though, on Have I Been Pwned back on March 2, and today is April 1. That's more than 30 days. Dirth has not informed people, so he is in violation of New York SHIELD Act by not informing people. So the New York Attorney General, should the Attorney General be informed of it, could take action, and the penalty is it $50? Let me. I looked this up earlier. Hold on a second. And it's dependent on the number of incidences. So hold on. Let's see here. There it is. It is $20 is $5,000 or $20 per instance up to $250,000 for notification failures. $5,000 per violation for security lapses. So anyway, yeah, he has not notified people. It's 20 per instance or $5,000. Right. So I think 5,000 is the minimum. It's like that's the floor. And if it's more than that, right, then it's 20 per person up to a cap of 250,000. So how many people, Dearth, how many people in your app that had their data lost are in New York State? That's 20 per instant, minimum of 5,000. And if it's, you know, if it's more people, so if it's more than 250 people, then it starts to get larger than $5,000. So yeah. Ego sums. I can't quite read that. Anyway, it says my friend's name was right next to Karen B for an entire chat scroll by. Nice. Extra J says, I was subtle, even admitting I became a flat earther based on quantum degreaser's evidence. Something gave me away when I directly tagged Dirt and Mark mentioned that globe-wrecking evidence. Icy Spin says, I don't even know Garth Peterson. I've never heard of him before either, but he still thinks you're a dick. Sent you a screenshot. I saw that. He does think that. Well, anyway, yeah. So there you go. Billy J36 has the link there for the Attorney General for New York State. There's how you file a complaint. There it is. So I'm wondering if you know, I could do like for different states that have like larger populations, because it's going to be a little more, or if maybe there's an attorney general that's maybe a little more likely to go after, then because each state has different rules. So I just today I looked up New York State's shield law. That particular one is for the attorney general. Like that's the rules, and the attorney general is the one that would seek enforcement of that particular law. Now, if any individual was damaged by it, for example, Shifty Eyes Shady here, would need to file it personally, and he's working on that himself right now. So, all right, let's get here. I missed a couple super chats back there. Radium Soup says, I'm in an airplane at 583 miles an hour right now, but my dinner is not sliding off the tray and slamming into my chest. Weird. Satellite internet for the win. Absolutely. Yeah, I when I flew to Tahoe, on the way there, I was listening to Jaren's live stream while in the air. So, satellite internet. Matthew Lott says, so many comments getting deleted. All mine gone. Oh, yeah. They love censorship. iSolder74 says, can't stand the Muppet and the terrible camera setup. Oh, yeah. Why vertical? It's so crazy. Larry Scott says, Sargent is a bigger liar post TFE. He's full throttle cope. Oh yeah. Remember, Mark Sargent is he lives in his mommy's house. His mom cooks him dinner. He has whatever car he has. Like, right, I think he's upset about Patricia getting a new car because she got a new car. Right? Awesome. Get a new car. That's a good thing. Put a bow on it. Celebrate. Do it whenever is good for you. Everybody. There's no bad time to get a new car if you can afford it, right? Don't be irresponsible. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's, what about the optics for the flat earth community? Who cares? Why is that a thing? It's not a thing. Icy Student says, Mimi says Susie survived the gauntlet and also told some fun stories. Icy Spin then it says, my ultimate plan is to take Lisbeth's spot. Oh. Yada Watts says, didn't Dearth give you a cease and desist letter? Have you been sued yet? If Dave thought his app was secure, then he would have definitely sued you. Yes, in fact, he did that. Brenda's getting tired. Good night, Brenda. Yes, let me see. I have, we can look at it. Now I did not do anything. Now, all of the things that Mark said about, cease and desist letters, apply to the cease and desist letter that Dearth sent to me, except that Dearth sent it personally, not from a lawyer. So, let's see, where is cover up, where, I don't know. I have so many things, in the folder for Flat Earth Dave for the app. Like it's a mess. It's a mess. Crypto Bill 777. Thor KC agreed. So why won't MC Toon Live admit it? I think you know. Don't know what you're talking about, Crypto Bill. But if you think the Earth is flat, you're wrong. Is this it? Is this? No. Oh yeah. So these are. It's a folder called Dave's threats, which is just screenshots of him making threats against me. Jeez. From his, can you play the Markley clip of him getting flat smacked by Blitz? Is that the one you sent? Is it queued up to that? Yeah, let me download that. Downloading in progress. All right. I will have to trust. Oh no. It's a MOV file. I gotta convert it. Hold on. Open with Handbrake. There we go. All right. Converting. Almost done converting already. So it's today's April 1st. So Dr. Blitz, PhD, Blitz PhD, did a fake Flurf cosplay. So all right, let's get this. Got to fix this so that it's, there we go. All right. There it is. There's Dr. Blitz. Let's see. This was Markley called in. So Peter Markley called in.
No, it's not atmospheric extinction. Well, that does certainly play a part. That's why the sun appears to get dimmer, or it appears to get smaller if you're measuring the size according to the size of the glare. But that's not why it disappears.
What, you think that you could see the sun from 20,000 miles away?
Yeah, well, we certainly don't see the sun just fade.
Now, just so you know, Blitz here that you see on screen, he's not a flat earther. He's very smart. And he's talking to Peter Markley, who's not a flat earther. He's very smart. I won't say it, Peter. I was going to take a little jab, a little fun at it, but I won't. Anyway, so this is the April Fool's thing.
Fade into the background.
It wouldn't. Our eyes are logarithmic.
What does that mean?
Our eyes don't see light linearly.
It doesn't matter. If something was to disappear due to extinction, that would mean that it would have to fade into the background.
Not at the rate at which it disappeared was square to exponential, and our eyes see logarithmically. It would appear to suddenly decrease in brightness.
That's way too technical.
Okay, well, I guess you've stumped me. Good job.
Go learn some atmospheric modeling. It'll help you out.
All right.
Take care, show.
Nice. All right, we got. All right, let me read this. We got Crypto Bill. Says Emerson Biggins. So Crypto Bill says I'm not a Christian. I was trolling as a Christian in Mark's chat with the same message. I'm calling on MC Toon on my hypocrisy, of course. He's claiming because I'm a Christian, and then he says, explain Job 37:18. Can you join him in spreading out the sky as hard as a mirror of Casper? No, it's a metaphor, figurative. So, ego something. Do they save the chat somewhere? I can only see empty comments section, no chat. Is that from Strange World? So YouTube, when you do a live stream, the live chat is not you can set it to record the live chat for later or not. That's an option. And even if you do have it come up later, then YouTube has to process the video first. So there's a time from when the video is done recording until the live chat actually appears up with it. Now, if somebody was banned in the chat or live, or if their comment was deleted, it does not show up in the live the replay at all. They don't exist in it. And so it's definitely a way to rewrite history. But we've got it all here. I recorded all of it here. It was right on this part of the screen, right up in here. So all of Mark's censorship and fear of investigation is recorded here. You know, it shows how incredibly dishonest they are. That they won't take criticism. I've got Crypto Bill 777 here. I addressed. Oh, he's got another. There's nothing hypocritical about being a Christian and not denying reality like a flat earth. The hypocrites are the people who claim to be Christian but teach the Bible is lying. I don't claim the Bible's lying. I'm claiming it's metaphor. You know what metaphor is, right? Metaphor, hyperbole, similes. These things exist, right? The Bible says they flew on wings of eagles, right? It doesn't actually mean that they had wings. It's not what it means. It's a metaphor, right? So if you're like, oh, they're lying now. They're not claiming that they actually had wings. You're claiming the Bible's lying. No, nobody. That's what's ridiculous. The whole point of the biblical flat earthers is ridiculous. They take some things and they get hyper literal about those things, but none of those hyper literalists think that when it says they have wings as eagles, that they actually have wings as eagles. In Isaiah 40, when it says that the people were grasshoppers, right? They don't think they're actually grasshoppers. It's a simile. Right? And the same biblical literalists don't take their mildewed clothing to the priest, even though in Leviticus it says that they need to bring their mildewed clothing to the priest. And also in Leviticus it says that you're not supposed to shave the side of your beard or cut the side of your hair. But people do it. Bible literalists do that. How can they do that? That doesn't make sense. And there are certainly some people that think that that is an actual thing that you need to do. Typically Hasidic Jews are the ones that do that. They have like this curly thing on their hair. They do it for fashion, right? Kind of. So they take that one literal, but the biblical literalists don't. They pick and choose. So there you go. It's Rubik says Jesus spoke to his followers in parables. Why can't the other books like Genesis be parable? You look at the audience, and that's one thing that is often spoken of in when people are looking at examining the Bible. Like, you need to look at the audience. So who is the audience of Genesis? right? These people that were in slavery for generations, and here now they're given this, it's written for them. They didn't have, number one, nobody at the time had deep, technical understanding of anything, right? No telescopes existed or any knowledge of even the laws of physics. Did they have a good understanding of that? The things that Newton identified in the 1600s? They had some version of it, I'm sure, but not even like that. So that audience there wouldn't understand all sorts of technical things. It's not their intention. So all right. Nick Ann says, now you have to explain Ezekiel 23:20. Okay, that's all right. What is that? Ooh. She lusted after her lovers whose genitals were like those of a donkey's, and whose emissions were like those of horses. Yeah. It's using sexual imagery to condemn the idolatry and spiritual unfaithfulness of Jerusalem. There you go. I just, some summary, that was the right there. Anyway, there is right. I think it's very interesting that people pick and choose what's literal and what's not. I don't think that you can do that. So, okay. Chilling. I still have his chat up. So Chilling is flat like Toon's forehead. What are you talking about? It's definitely got an arc to it there, right? If these hairs here, right there, they can't see the eyebrows. They can't. There's a curve in the way. So Globy Tuga says, has anyone reported Dave's app to App Store or Google Play Store? What do the platforms say about it? So people have. Definitely don't let that stop you from doing it. Definitely report it. And you can then link to the Have I Been Pwned thing. So you haveibeenpwned.com. Pwned. It's an old thing. You've been owned, OWNED, but the O and the P are right next to each other on the keyboard right there. So some people would accidentally type P instead of an O, and then they'd type PWNED. So that's what it came from. Some people pronounce it owned. Some people pronounce it pwned. I don't care. I don't know. Whatever you want. But anyway, haveibeenpwned.com has it. You just find it on there. You grab the link to it, and then you report it to the Play Store, to Google or Apple, and definitely do it. Say it was a source of a leak. It has not been fixed yet. It is still leaking. So definitely, I was accused of being Jaren's wife in the chat. Am I doing it wrong? Oh my gosh. There you go. Shifty Eye Shady linked it there. So go there, grab the thing, and then report it to both Apple and Google. Now, Apple and Google, they don't do security audits on apps to make sure that the data isn't leaked through some other mechanism. They do basic stuff that they can control in the app to make sure that it's doing the type, just kind of basic things. That's all they can do. It's automated for the most part. There's too many apps for them to have labor do it all. It's just too costly for them to have humans verify every app. You can't do it. The apps would have to be significantly more expensive to cover the labor. So, or something, somehow they have to make money. So they're not going to go in the red by having developers and skilled professionals looking and doing a security audit on every app. So that's how it made it to the store. The communication between the app and their server is over HTTPS. Think those types of things is what they're looking at. It passes those rudimentary checks. Not a problem. It's that it's got a leak and it continues to leak. That's the problem. So definitely report it. But yeah, why is it still on there? Because Apple and Google aren't in the business of policing and enforcing those types of things. The Attorney General of New York is, right? Apple doesn't want that responsibility. Google doesn't want that responsibility. That's expensive. It's a pain in the butt. So iSolder74 says, I have a new car. It's a truck named Gears and well a toy. Very nice. All right, It's a Rubik says, he's acting like Kimmel is all about facts instead of entertainment. I've been to a taping and it's definitely not live and so many cuts. Yeah. Like, why would you think that Logan Paul would have to show up in a defamation suit? Why would that? Right. So they're like, stop saying that Robbie Davidson accepted money for Logan Paul to be there. That's what one of the things. Why would Logan Paul need to be there? Why would you need to have Logan Paul come there? Right. You can say, well, Robbie can substantiate whether or not he was paid by that through other means than just having Logan Paul show up. Plus, if you actually needed somebody from that side to attest to it, it wouldn't be Logan Paul. It would be his financial person. Same thing with Jimmy Kimmel. It's not going to be Jimmy. It's not going to be Jake Bird. It's going to be the accounts payable person or they're something like that. Jeez. Ego CMC, small letters, CMC equals small letters for CMC. C's are actually sigmas. They just look like C's. C. So, okay. So yeah, it's Greek, and I'm not too good at Greek. I took 2 years of Latin in high school, forgot it all. And we had an occasional Greek, between each of the segments. We do 2-week segment on Latin, and then we'd have like a day on Greek. That's all I got. So I can pronounce stuff a little bit. That's about it. Not very well. I could in high school. I could like read it in high school. I got pretty good at it, but like I had no understanding of it. The nice thing about Greek and Latin is there aren't a whole lot of exceptions to pronunciation, like in English. Icy Spin says, MC Tune. I eat a bowl of dick. Thank you, Karen B. She's such a kidder. It's a Rubik says, got banned for saying the app is secure and shouldn't fear investigation. Prove the Globers wrong. Is that an admission of guilt? Oh man, Dirth, it's his baby. And he's like, there's more features coming. Dave, number one, fix the flaws. Not that you don't need to add new features if you're leaking data. You've got it backwards. Mr. E-Man gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Mr. E-Man. I appreciate that. And I'm sure the 5 people that received the memberships do as well. Darren, going too fast here. Darren Hamilton says for $10, is MG a chain smoker or what? And Master Gunner looked like it. Yeah, he couldn't stop. I keep hearing that old song, smoke, smoke, smoke that cigarette, smoke, 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 till you smoke yourself to death. Yeah, that guy was just pounding them. I think he used the previous one to start the next one, didn't he? No lighter needed. Okay. Wicked Pissa is here saying, where'd he go? It jumped. Says he couldn't even convince the Flurfs to have. He couldn't even convince a Flurf to have. Well, there's rumors that at the conventions he was doing that. That there were, as weird as it sounds, that there were like, fangirls at the conventions, and that Sergeant was taking advantage of it. That's the rumor that I've heard. So gross if it's true. Alex Strand says he's waited his whole life to be on the stand. This is a guy that has never experienced how boring depositions actually are in real life. Oh yeah. He was dripping with ego when he was saying that. It was so over the top. Oh my gosh. So bad. He's like, he thinks it's his soapbox to talk about flat Earth. You're going to get cross-examined on whether or not you were defaming them, Mark. And if you go off on a tangent, guess what? Either the judge or the plaintiff's attorney is going to say, let's get back on topic. Right? It's not your soapbox. It's not a stage for you to pontificate. That's not what it is. Yeah, Outsider74 says a courtroom does not work that way. Like, it's like the sovereign citizen videos who think that they get to tell the judge how to run the courtroom. And the judges are like, what are you trying to do? I'm in charge, not you. Thus the robes. I love when they do that. Whodunit says, I have an app that can scrape the live chat as it comes in on a live stream. I'll send you an email. Ooh, very cool. Yeah, one of the there's a lot of things in the YouTube API, and the challenge is that you need to have a Google like API key, and some of the things that you might want to do require you to pay them like a monthly fee for it, and some of these fees are not trivial. I've looked into it, like, I write software. I've done a little bit of poking around on capturing live chats and things like that. Like, I could do it. Do I want to? Is it worth my effort? I got plenty other things to do. Scotty Orange says, for $2, Ford Mark's Judge Judy appearance. It's hilarious. Oh, it's about to watch it. Watch the chat there. I think it's about to die. It starts acting funny. Chrome starts acting funny. And okay. It's taking the CPU, and then it's all this is JavaScript. All this is all JavaScript, and I have also here, you can't see it, but it's my my control panel, the live studio there. And and I'm watching the CPU load right there. There it went. I saw it. I figured out the symptoms. Back, CPU, back down to normal. It's been like this for a few weeks. This is Chrome, Google's product, running YouTube, Google's product. Something's not coded right there, and they haven't caught it yet. Chris, the German spy, says the great delusionists. Yeah. Yeah, Mark has delusions of adequacy. Jack Fetter says nothing gets past his mod gauntlet. Deleted. Poof. Oh yeah. That's the people that don't fear investigation. Right? Go to my videos. If I have somebody calling me a name, they get pinned. Just look at the one that went on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. The one that's currently pinned is somebody calling me a name. They get pinned. You get put right to the top. And and if somebody's in here and I think that they might be getting blocked by my other mods, I'll make them a mod so that a flatty can come in here. I'll make you a mod. I probably will take it away at the end, but I'll make you a mod so that you can't get blocked and so you can even post links. So, DP Debunk says, I've been wondering how you got a proper YouTube chat on the overlay. Mine eats emojis, jelly. Well, I use OBS, and I open it up in a separate window, so you can do pop-out chat. So I have my YouTube Control Studio. It's not Control Studio. What is it called? Studio, just whatever it is. The live chat studio. Live Studio. Let me get that right. And there's the chat on the side. I do the three dots there, and I go pop out chat, and then that's in a new window. So what you're seeing right here is a separate window. And then I reload that and I get the chat back in that one. So I have two chats going at the same time. So then I go in OBS and I capture this window. That's all I'm doing. Initially I had done where it was like you can do an HTML page within OBS and it'll pull it all up and you can control your own CSS and all that kind of stuff. I tried that. Yeah, it would get mangled. It has all sorts of trouble, but this doesn't have trouble. So Red Cedar says it isn't that they use the ban hammer so much, it's that they complain about being censored while doing so. And that's of course the problem, right? Mark Sargent is fully within his rights to allow or disallow whoever he wants on his channel. YouTube is fully within their rights to allow or disallow or not promote whoever they want on their platform. So if you're going to be getting, you're going to complain that YouTube doesn't promote you how you want to get promoted or deletes your videos that they don't like, then you don't get to come in and you don't get to delete people in your chat who disagree with you and not be a hypocrite, right? That's the thing. You're being a hypocrite. Either you are for censorship or not for censorship. You can't be against censorship on YouTube as a whole and for censorship on your own little channel and be consistent. You can't. That's hypocrisy. And of course, Flat Earth is all about the hypocrisy. Endermenner for $5 says, settle the debate. Where is northern U.S. line between 40 degrees and 30 degrees north? Where is the northern U.S. line between 40 north and 30 north? I'm at 45 degrees north. And I know that I am north of where it dips down near Detroit. So somewhere around Michigan and, is it Ottawa? I don't know the Canadian province for sure. But it could be Ottawa. Don't quote me on that, but that would probably be, in the vicinity. That's all I got. But yeah, is it 49 north is where it goes east-west across from Minnesota's Lake of the Isles all the way toward Washington. It follows the latitude line. So, right. Ontario. Did I say Ottawa? I did. Where's Ottawa? Is that all right? I'm gonna pull up a map. I'm gonna look. You're making me look here. See if I'm right here though. Zoom out. Oh yeah. Detroit. Oh yeah. Holy cow. Toledo. It goes all the way down toward Toledo. So there it is. 41.6, 41.7 north is, so that's not it. That's not the northern line. Yeah, Ottawa's a city. Okay. Between 30 and 40 north. So that's not between 30 and 40 north. Was that what the question, right? Oh, no, this is a super chat. I'll read it again. Settle the debate. Where is northern U.S. line between 40 north and 30 north? So it's got to be south of 40, and that's not it. I don't see it there. I don't know if it's. I mean, it could be in the Pacific somewhere, maybe. But I don't know if that counts, right? Because I mean, north of Hawaii is Alaska. So maybe there's some other sovereigns, something between Alaska and Hawaii. I don't think so. No, looking quick, there's nothing. So, but maybe, I don't know. Where's like the Bikini Atoll and all those? I don't think that's there. Midway Atoll, yeah. I don't know. That's all I got. There you go. I hope that was worth the $5. There you go. PT Tony for $5 says, if we're getting all litigious, your streams regularly inflict undue emotional stress on me and anyone else who is aggravated by flurf idiocy. Yeah, sorry. So, yep. Well, file away. And we got Nick N says propaganda equals when an Aussie takes a good look at something. Propaganda. Cunning Druger says, what's the worst case Ontario? I don't know what that means. Me says Mariana Islands. Okay. So, okay. So, do you want a little more of the clips from the other night? Are you up for that? I got a few more. Did I? How far? 1, 2, 3. I think I got 3 of them. So, all right, I'll see what we got. 1, 2, 3. All right. Oh, let's hear the breakup letter.
A bit suspicious, right? And it was extremely suspicious. I mean, she wrote the worst breakup letter in history.
You weren't dating.
Would they? Because, well, at that point, nobody knew anything.
All right. Now, Sleeping Warrior here, he is... I think that he is... somebody put him into a clothing dryer and with some rocks and left it on for a couple hours. He's looking a little rough there.
But that's also why we think McToon is behind this whole thing, because I'm sure he...
Talking about TFE.
He got up with Duffy there, and that's when they started planning this thing.
Could
McToon
be.
is the brainchild.
It could be. You heard Mark say could be. He knows because he's so legally adept. Could be. Maybe it was me.
Anyway,
so
maybe
I got a question, gentlemen. If I go to Antarctica and I disprove what they did, that would... Okay,
so this is Roger Ledwell who thinks he's going to go to Antarctica. I really hope he makes it this coming December. This little part here is fantastic.
Put the cork back in the bottle. Is it?
All right, so if he goes and the sun sets, will it put the cork back in the bottle? Of course it will. Absolutely. If you go and there's nighttime when you're there, man, the gig is up. But it's not going to happen. I was there. The sun will circle.
Too late for that?
Oh no, you'd be shot if you tried coming back. It was an female explorer.
Well, again, what?
Now, Mark is going to try to dissuade him from going because it will make Flat Earth look worse.
I couldn't have beat this drum louder before it happened, which was I didn't lose an ounce of sleep when they went down there because it didn't mean...
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't. It makes no freaking difference.
Of course you have a problem with it. You haven't been able to deal with it. Right? You've constantly talked about it and whined about it since we got back. You know it's destruction.
What mattered to me more was what the people did when they got back. You know, like when Jaron had McToon on as his first guest.
I wasn't his first guest.
It's like, and they seemed like they were best buddies. And it's like, what is happening?
Yeah. Oh no, we're two people that can get along. How terrible.
That's what I've been saying all this time. It doesn't matter if the sun was there or not. The thing that's been bothering me is all the deception based around it.
Yeah, all the flat earthers and their deception. Oh my gosh.
You can't make any conclusions. You can't come to any logical conclusion based on the evidence that's been presented.
No, yeah, you can.
None of us can trust it. Nobody believes it's true. Nobody believes it's real. But
none of the flat earthers, the tiny majority of people. Everybody else is like, yeah, duh. That's not news. Everybody else in the world says that's not news. We knew it. That's what's crazy. They're deniers. They deny reality. That's the thing. It's not surprising that flat earthers have to lie about stuff. That's their thing.
They insist it's real. So like it doesn't. We can't come to any conclusion about the evidence because the evidence is dirty.
And I don't.
What's dirty? There were 4 flat earthers there that you trusted before we went. Do you trust Roger Ledwell? You won't after he comes back.
I don't think if they do a documentary, which is going to be interesting, we'll see if they actually try to release it. They'd be dumb if they didn't try. The globalist side of it. It's like it'd be a dumb documentary because you cannot explain this to you if you want to call them neutrals or globalists anyway. You can't explain most people don't even understand the 24-hour sun in any capacity. So having a documentary based around that, good luck. It's going to get no traction.
Now, this is, I think, evidence of how dumb Mark is. There we go. He doesn't think it's easy to explain. He doesn't think a regular person can understand it. And I think this is because Mark is not smart. And Mark is like, well, the average person, which he thinks is dumber than him, right? He thinks he's one of the smartest people in the world, of course. He's like, well, people that are less smart than him, which isn't a lot, but in his mind, he thinks it's everybody, don't understand the 24-hour sun. Well, here's how easy it is. Okay. This is what flat earthers think the earth is shaped like. They think that the sun does circles around the North Pole. So if you go to the edge of flat earth and you look away from the North Pole, which is south, you should never see the sun. You must never see the sun. And if you ever see the sun, then that proves that this is wrong. That's how hard it is to understand. Is that easy to understand? I think it's pretty easy. I think that that even it's so easy that the dumbest people on the earth could understand it. Flat earthers. So, all right. Well, let's see here. All right, I think we've got a couple more with Roger Ledwell. He's absolutely ridiculous in this.
Which I wouldn't have done anyway.
Yeah, but if my observations I make while I'm down there contradict what they put out in their documentary, they won't want me to come back at all.
But they're going to match because we've been there.
They don't want me to.
Well, there's that too.
I want you to go. Please go. Please go, Roger.
I just don't know if I would spend the money to do it, man.
Mark doesn't want you to go.
If you went down there and came back and saw exactly what was on film, what would the statement be, and what sort of traction would it get?
It would be flat earthers are still dumb and still wrong, and all the lies that they told about it were lies. Yeah, Mark doesn't want you to do that because it will prove that every flat earther that said that got into the it's all fake camp was lying. Mark doesn't want you to do that.
Other than, by the way, you would put yourself in the line of fire because people would then think you were compromised.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You hear that? Mark just admitted that. Well, it's not a good.
Well, guys, I was going to actually do a full live stream of the 24-hour sun, which they didn't provide for us. That would be my goal.
I hope he does, but I very much doubt that he has the technical capabilities to figure out how to do that.
Period.
Sure.
And you wouldn't be able to say, oh, I faked it kind of thing. Or
right.
Well, why not? Is it because you're a flat earther? Well, there were 4 flat earthers that went. And other flat earthers said it was faked. Why would your testimony be taken when theirs was rejected, Roger? What is wrong with you thinking that you would not get instantly demonized by the rest of flat Earth?
It would be the truth. That would be exactly what I would be presenting.
Which is what we presented.
Cool.
And you know what, Roger? They don't. Let's just say it does happen. You videotape that and do a live stream.
Mm-hmm.
The way this, and you and I, we've spoken a lot on your stream. If that's the case, it actually debunks the globe and heliocentrism because the direction of the sun, the anti-clockwise nature of the sun, if it is the case. So either way, they don't want you going down there. They don't want. Mm-hmm. They don't want the truth. Either way, it doesn't look good for the globe.
I don't know where this guy's getting that. Everything that we saw and documented, the sun going right to left, that's exactly what the globe predicts. The angular elevation between 13 degrees and 34 degrees, exactly what the globe predicts. Everything that we saw down there is exactly what the globe predicts. I think that what is going on here is that both Roger and Flatzoid and this guy Luke 2343, whatever, they're so dumb that they don't understand anything. They don't understand that it completely matches. Oh my gosh, it's so dumb. DP Debunks says, if I had the cash, which I don't, buy more wits at the Platypus Backpacks people, I'd pay for Roger to go. Flat Earth should pay for Roger to go. Right? You all helped pay for me to go. Flat Earth, if Flat Earthers were interested in the truth, they would definitely have funded people to go. They would have sent lots of people to go. If the Flat Earthers that are fans of Dubé sought truth, they would have demanded that he go. If the Flat Earthers that were fans of Nathan Oakley were fans of the truth, they would have demanded that he go. If Mark Sargent's people were fans of the truth, they would have demanded that he go. None of them said that they should. A few did. Immoral did, right? And he asked Dubé, and Dubé's like, why would I go? And Immoral's like, what is wrong with you, right? A couple people like had a little bit of like presence of mind to think, wait a second, why would you not want to find out the truth? Right? But the rest of them are like, just, I don't get how they couldn't, right? So every one of these different tribes should have been demanding that their tribe leaders go, and they didn't. This is the power of the manipulation of those at the top of the cult in the echo chamber. Peachy Tony said, that's right, we helped pay for you to go and not even a postcard. All right.
Lawsuit. Yeah, it's like, okay, sure, that seems natural. You know, cover up it's like the fact that I'm saying it's suspicious by attempting to sue me, which wouldn't be suspicious at all, which is why I'm going to beg her on Tuesday to take this to court. Please.
I think what happened, Mark.
Well, that's the thing. If you have a relationship with someone, at least have the decency to say, well, I'm kind of changing my mind.
She did. I read that. Mark pretends it didn't exist.
I'm gonna get out of this for a while, but nothing. Like you said, it's just literally just cold cut you out.
So now Mark is going to correct him on that, right? Because that's not the case. Mark absolutely, totally did get exactly what Flatzoid said he should get, right? Mark got that, and so Mark's going to correct Flatzoid now. Listen.
Who signs a breakup letter with their full name?
Oh, no, he didn't. He mentioned it and called it a breakup letter, which it's not because you weren't dating.
This doesn't happen. It's the worst breakup letter ever. And to the point, and Anthony will get this, which is what bothered me was in that letter it said, I think it would be a great idea if you read this on air. Yeah. And it's like, well, okay, when would you ever support airing laundry on air?
That's all that you did today, Mark. All you did was air laundry. You made accusations about other. That's what you do, Mark.
And then Jaron, who hadn't Skyped me in 2 years, his opening line is, "Why are you afraid to read Patricia's letter on air?"
Yeah,
and
why are you?
I didn't respond to it. What I wanted to say is like, one, why do you have it? And two,
because Patricia sent it to him. Because you're a douche, and she's talking to somebody else that escaped the cult about the douche.
Why do you care? Yeah. Right? They wanted the soundbite. It would be a brilliant soundbite that they could use and mash up. And
it's main character syndrome here, right? Listen to him. Think, it's all about Mark.
Just about any way you saw possible.
Wow. The breakup letter. He said it tonight. I can't believe he said it a third time.
It is what I have seen is it has galvanized the community in a way I hadn't expected, which is, and why wouldn't it? It's like circle the frickin' wagons because there are actual bona fide, doesn't matter what your suspicions are, there's actual shills in the house now.
Yeah.
Circle the wagons because there's actual shills. All that they have is accusations of people being actual shills. And this is typical for flat Earth. They don't need evidence to believe things. They just need somebody to say it. Then they believe it.
And it's like, what? Seriously, with me, it's like, what is this actually happening? This is real? It was a shock to my system, to where you didn't see it, but like in certain chat rooms, I'm talking to people I haven't talked to in a while, and
yeah, that's because the cult is crumbling.
We're all,
They're
just
freaking
saying,
out.
okay, what's happening? You okay? We okay? It was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Yeah, they're freaking out because the thing that they've been saying for 175 years turns out to be a lie.
That's not a long conversation. And then,
and I've got to let you guys know. Remember when I said I've got issues with my work and all?
Oh, this one. This is sick. Flatzoid. This shows how sick he is.
That. You know how much ballers contacting me and say they want to support me financially? And I do know they do this to a lot of flat earthers when they in a pickle. It's like they try to buy them over. And like I said, with Rose, it's very possible that someone contacted her and said, well, I'm willing to do it if you denounce the flat earth, because they are very cult-like. They want to pay people off to be converted to their religion. I do see that.
So here we have Flatzoid, who was in a financially challenging position, and Globers reached out to him in kindness to help a person in need. And what does Flatzoid see that as? Cult-like behavior trying to pay him to exit Flat Earth? No. This was people being nice to you. So, let me say this. Nobody have any pity on Flatzoid's financial situation. Don't help him. Don't offer to help him. He is a piece of trash. He will use that as leverage to manipulate and lie to his echo chamber to further his reputation with them. Don't help him. He is. There are few flat earthers that lie more easily than Flatzoid. It's amazing seeing how aggressively he lies. He has a real problem, and paying for him, helping him out financially is not going to help. You're just enabling him to continue. So Flatzoid, I hope that you run into financial ruin so bad that you cannot continue doing these videos, because that will help your life move forward once that happens.
Name only, maybe he has the certificate or whatever you get in Colorado.
Okay, so here he's trying to complain about Will Duffy and saying, well, maybe he's a pastor in name only. That's what you heard at the you have Dean Odell is one of your pastors. Where's his MDiv from? I don't know if he has an MDiv even. Whatever he's. But yeah, you don't need any qualification to be a pastor. There's zero qualifications. Some denominations have specific requirements, but in general, no. Anybody can say, I've got a church, here it is. Then you're a pastor. That's how it works. There's no qualifications. So anyway, so here he's all right, whining about Duffy.
But he and McToon have been. Let me tell you this, which I don't generally tell a lot of people, which is weird. When they were trying to set up debates, he wanted to set up a debate with McToon where whoever it was going to fly into Colorado, and he dialed me, I think, on accident, and I picked up, and he was kind of going through the motions until he figured out who I was, and it was obvious they didn't want me in there. They wanted somebody else.
No, I was so excited when when he said, well, yeah, I actually talked on the phone with Mark Sargent. I'm like, really? There's no chance that he'd have the courage to face me live. No chance. He's like, yeah, I talked to him. I'm going to call him back. You know what? You never answered back, Mark. He tried to get you. He was going to fly you from your mommy's house in Washington down to Colorado to face me in a live debate. You didn't answer the phone when he called you back. Why not?
To come in and do the debate. But McToon was with him even back then.
Yeah.
And I couldn't figure out the alliance between the two of them. But going by you guys, it's like McToon could be running a few of the puppet strings on Duffy, and it would not shock me in the slightest, because watching Duffy read his scripts off to the right-hand side of the monitor was like watching toast, being dried.
Oh my gosh.
So terrible. It's like, dude, this is who you get to deliver your scripts. It's not good.
There's no he's like, because he thinks that there's some overarching they them that's doing this, and no, Will just said, hey, I think this is something I want to do. That's how it happened. And again, main character syndrome. He thinks he's Truman from the Truman Show, and that everybody is around him. That's what he thinks. It's insane. It's so insane. All right. I have a few more. Is this so that was one group. I'll see if this is interesting. That's what it is. Okay. It's the transcript. I had transcribed there. Okay. So that's the clips that I got for there's this one.
Mark called.
Ooh, hold on. Let me get it up here. This is Mark in his mommy's house.
Mark called and said that he was a member of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, Mark, what are you on to now?
Mark told his mom that he's a member of the Flat Earth Society. And he said in the interview, you heard him say, yep. Let's listen again to him say, yep.
Mark called and said that he was a member of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, Mark, what are you on to now?
There you go. So, yeah, that's him in his mommy's house there, right there. There's her making some soup for him. Got a whatever, little sandwich or something here that she prepared on this plate for him. And in case Mark ever forgets his name, it's written there right on his shirt there. And of course, this is the map that he thinks the Earth is shaped like, which can't have a sun due south on it. This is what's really, telling. This is the shirt he's wearing. The AE map, Gleason's map right there. And we were down here on his shirt here, right down here. See that? This is where we were. And we looked toward his elbow and we saw the sun. But he thinks that the sun is here doing circles right here. How does that work, Mark? How does that work? Well, it doesn't. Mark, I want Hot Pockets, Sergeant. Yep. Yep. And this guy here, he is Truman from the Truman Show. Everything is about him in his head. Yeah. Big Fish V32 says Mark Sargent repeatedly disappointing his mother since kindergarten. His mom is a saint. Absolutely. I can't. Ender Menor says Madrid, Spain is about 40 degrees north and warm. London, England is about 50 degrees north and cold. So anything above 40 north is north. All right. Scotty Orange is a new member. And then Scotty Orange right away gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, that's Mark Sargent and his mommy. Thank you for that, Scotty Orange. Let's see. We've got somebody named Free Will right here. Free Will is in the chat. Is this Free Will says Will is a cult leader. Like, are you claiming that Will Duffy is? I don't know. Maybe this is just sarcasm. So, Leotis Chiron says, two Christians know each other. Well, clutch your pearls there, sweetheart. Well, Will and I connected because Will was going to debate Witsit, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to debate Witsit," and that was our introduction. Actually, I have the email that is the that he sent me. Our very first interaction from between myself and Will is on my website. I don't know. You can just go there, search for Will. You'll find it. You'll find the very first email he sent to me. That was our first communication. So, anyway, so we got we got Free Will says nothing. We got Tiles. Tiles got, you can't just call people cult leaders. I mean, you can just call people cult leaders, right? But it'd be good if you had a little behind it, right? Anyway, so I don't know why that was blocked. Free Will says, yes, I can. True. You can just call people cult leaders. And then Free Will. It's gonna die again. The CPU is spiking. Maybe if I reload it right now, can I preempt it? I did preempt it. I don't know. So, all right. Free Will. So here's I know maybe you're on mobile, but when it helps if you tag the person that you're talking to, right? Then they'll know that you're talking to them, and the rest of the chat can know that too, because you just have this kind of thing here where, like, what is this? What's this in context to? We don't know. You just say Christ. Okay. Anyway, Free Will is calling somebody an idiot. Okay. Free Will says he's not a flurf. Well, the problem, Free Will, is there are lots of flurfs that claim they're not a flurf. So rather than say not a flurf, it's better to just state your position that's less ambiguous. So that people know, right? I have no idea what you're talking about. But Patricia Everett says if they're cult leaders, they should be called out. Absolutely. 100%. And Flat Earth is a cult. It's proven every time that somebody leaves it and gets viciously attacked by the cult members. Plus having a religious belief in a physical thing, makes it an incorrect cult. So anyway, you know what I don't have here is I don't have a music video for Mark Sargent. I don't have one. So all right, Patricia Everett says yeah. You see how Patricia says I am 100% a Glober. You see how that works? Will, I don't know. I don't know your position. So Globy Tuga says any flurf living south of the Tropic of Capricorn is potentially more dishonest. South, summer, sunrise and sunset, southeast and southwest. Every night, the south celestial pole. Yeah. All right. Free Will. Any fun, right? Unlike Mark Sargent, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say, Free Will. If you're a detractor, your opinion here is invited. So, but nothing there, nothing from you. We got Chris the German gifted 5 memberships. I really appreciate that. So, okay, tomorrow I will be, Craig and I are going to be doing a live stream. We'll maybe cover a little bit of the details of top left, how the voting is going and all that. We'll see. But that's planned for tomorrow. Then on Thursday, 10 p.m. Central Time, I'm doing another live stream. Current plan right now is to do the second Edward Hendry post and then just have a chit chat after that. So DP debunks in case I'm feeling flurfy. Oh, what is this? Oh. All right. I can do a on the fly. Is that safer? Is that safe? What's the language on that there? All right. So what I'm going to do, I will, I'll play that for the outro. I'll trust you, DP. I'll trust you. Zoomy says, don't lie and tell us you're counting everyone's votes. I am counting everyone's votes. What are you talking about for top left? Absolutely. So, all right, we're going to play everyone. I'm feeling flurfy as the outro. Everybody, thank you very much. And we'll see you next time.
I woke up feeling fine, had my coffee and toast. Checked the flat earth debate, thought I'd roast me a ghost. But 5 minutes in, man, my brain took a dive. Started doubting gravity, am I even alive? Oh Lord, I'm feeling flirty, logic slipping away. Every fact that I once knew just won't seem to stay. I know the earth is round, but my head's full of doubt. Flat earth's like a virus trying to take me out. They said water finds its level. I said, yeah, but a sphere. Then I questioned my own words. What am I doing here? NASA lies, they keep screaming. It's a worldwide hoax. Now I'm Googling moon landings. Try those even real folks. Oh Lord, I'm feeling slurpy. Need to reset my brain. Before I start saying planes don't dip and denying rain. I know the earth is round, but my logic's on trial. Been trapped in this live stream for far too long a while. Now my IQ's dropping, my senses are numb. Can't tell if I'm breathing or just playing dumb. I need some science, a rescue call. Before I start screaming, the globe is a ball. I shut down the stream, took a deep, deep breath. Rewatched some Einstein to escape from this mess. But late at night, man, I swear it's a curse. I still hear Black Swan, and it's making me worse. Oh Lord, I'm feeling flirty, need a break from this ride. Flat Earth's a sickness, and it's spreading worldwide. I know the Earth is round, I swear that it's true. But debate these fools too long, and you'll start doubting it too. Ooh, I need a drink. Somebody please send me a peer-reviewed paper. I'm slipping, man. I'm feeling flirty.
This is how to get in shape fast.
If you want to drop